I'm not sure what's going on with this thing, but I'm starting to understand that it's OBS, fam. What's up, guys? Good morning. Not sure who here is with us or not. What up, gang? Let me know what's up. Let me know that you're here. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're gonna get that comeback from yesterday. Keep your eye on the prize, okay? Keep your eyes on the prize, bro. What I'm going to start out with real quick, understand what's going on. Oracle, you know what I mean? Trading Fraternity, what's up? Motherfucker cracked me up talking about Oracle. Had earnings Monday. Keep an eye on them. We have UiPath, AI today, EU made some the first country to make regulations, but I thought Australia did. I thought Australia made something about AI. Listen, y'all. If your government thinks that you can't handle something, and they think that you're guilty before proven innocent, you gotta get them the out of there, like your boy Joe. All right, this ain't about Trump. This ain't about Joe. It's just a fact that that is what Joe does. Talks about how they want to give you your rights back, but then picks and choose what rights you can and cannot have. It's not up to them. That's just how I feel. You should live your life. You should be able to live your life, good or bad. The decisions you make, good or bad, you know, as a human, will affect you, good or bad. All right, and it's not the government's. It should not be up to the government to tell you whether you can or cannot use AI voice chat. Talking about, I want to give you your rights, but I want to ban AI voice. What? What? Dumb. And people fall for it. They get all excited. They fall right into the trap. You have earnings. Dollar Tree this morning came out. Lennar this afternoon, UiPath, iPath, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, Adobe and Alta, really that's what I want to look at. They are tomorrow afternoon. We don't have too much on the data front today. We don't have too many on the data side of things today, at least in the U.S. GDP month over month. Let's see. So that was right in line. So there's not really much today. Could be an inside out type of day today, and that's all. I'm cool with it. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Bro, I literally had. Okay, here we are. So if I need an idea, I'll put that stuff right in Google, and it'll just give me the list. Look, PayPal, CrowdStrike. You know, actually, I was looking at CrowdStrike yesterday, so. Today we have the we need to be watching Snapchat today, Meta, TikTok. What time is it past TikTok? Bill, what time is that? Let's see here. Yo, I let it go. I'm not, let's see. I don't know if we could watch this live. I think we can. Me personally, look, this could be selfishly, like, what my opinion is, where does this traffic go, right? Where does this traffic go if they do this with TikTok? YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, right? Which would be Amazon, which there is news on Amazon as well. We'll look at that. Again, if you guys are new here, welcome. I'm Justin. Hit that like button, subscribe. We'll go right into charts now and some ideas. I just wanted to quickly cover some of the things that are moving this morning. I got it. I have to. Let me go to live chat real quick. Sorry, guys. So, OBS was acting up this morning. That's why I was behind. Look, I figured that the camera was going to... So, what I'm going to do later after the stream, because you can notice how yesterday the stream ended, I'm going to re-update OBS, and I'm going to see why the past few days that the stream has gotten cut off, because I know it's not my server. I know it's not my router. I know it's not me. So we're going to get down to the bottom of that one. Tesla shares fell 2%. I knew I should have gotten in that trade yesterday afternoon. Wells Fargo downgraded Tesla. So if you guys noticed yesterday, if you guys weren't here with us yesterday, we had a huge trade on Tesla. I got behind it. That's why it's important to be here in the mornings. All right. Just over 100% in 10 minutes by 9:45. By 9:45, or no, not 9:45. By 9:40, right? 9:40, 9:45. 10 minutes in, they were up at 100% roughly, if not a little over. That's why it's important to be here. So we know the levels for the SPY, guys, right? We went over it yesterday. 516, 514, and really you want to start watching this 513 area, okay, if you pull back into it. All right, you guys can see here. And look, does OBS look a little bit better? Does everything look a lot better? It should have at least. Let's see here. Because I thought that I had fixed it and kind of stretched everything in the way that it should have been. Because everything was messed up. So I think I got to redo OBS. I'm not going to worry about it right this minute. Dude, what is going on here? What is going on here? Yeah, I was like, what the hell? Alright, so this is Snapchat here. You guys can see it's underneath that 20-day moving average. I know you can't see it right now. But we're going to be watching this today. I am. Alright, it's setting up, in my opinion. I think you're just getting your pullback on Snapchat to see if we can't get along. If they do, I don't think that they'll ban it. But the fact that there's talks, you know, we start to hold this level here at 1166, 1150, and look at that 9 EMA coming up on the daily chart there. I need to make sure you guys can see this stuff too. Again, because when I came in this morning, everything was messed up. So anyway, we'll get back to where we were. The SPY, all right. Look, I need to zoom everything back in again. You got to be kidding me. Fuck. Okay, so you see how it's not. I noticed it this morning. So you can see I would like to be able to get a pullback back into 514 again. If we don't get it, look, you can look for this previous high here. There's a double top here from yesterday at 516.50, 516.45. You know, you could look there for a dip buy. Maybe even another possible dip buy up there at like 515. But we'll see what happens here. We're putting in a double top. Right now the market's just flat for the most part. So that's that. Let me do this real quick. I do apologize. I need to get this. Yesterday, yo, we called Tesla to a T, gang. And I thought that, and I'm going to show you guys something. Yesterday, when I was watching Tesla, I'm like, yo, this thing could open right up, right below yesterday's close. I think it was like the 60, I'll have to look. It's like 176, 178 maybe. Let's see. So, yes, if you look here at this 15-minute chart, 514 looks like a good area that we could probably pull back into. You know, I'm going to be honest as well. I think yeah, give me 514. Give me a pullback into that area. I think what's his name right now is talking about this bill. Yes, he's talking about the government using power over, social medias, but the the choices of the people. All right, all right. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's see where the Qs are this morning. So the SPY's pulling back. The Qs are pulling back. I think the SPY and the Qs are tied up right now. No, the Qs are leading. So look, let's look at the Dow. It's still up there. IWM. So you want to see what names are strong and weak. Okay, so the Qs and IWM are matched up. The Dow's doing pretty well. Okay, I think the Dow is your leader. All right. It's still up here. What I'm talking about is like these pre-market areas, guys. These pre-market areas. You can see how the Dow is still up there, floating at that resistance level. Excuse me, sorry. So you can see that's a pretty clear resistance area on the Dow. Like, this would be a really nice short. If you got the opportunity, write this down. Ticker symbol DIA. If you put in a double top up there at 391.50, you had this little minor level right here. If you break 390.50, you should have room. You should have room to there. You should have room to there. You should have room to there. All right, so let's go right to Qs real quick. Again, if you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate. Throw them in the chat. Communicate with me. Say what's up. I come on here every day. Every day. I'm just trying to go over a few ideas. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong. I really don't. Maybe time. Maybe it's just boring. Maybe I just need to give it up. What do y'all think? Give me your opinions. Do I suck? Should I call it should I jump off a bridge? What should I do? Man, YouTube probably gonna be like, you should jump off a bridge. Fucking pussies. Excuse my language. It's fucking crazy. I cannot stand this world we live in today, y'all. Qs. Nice pattern here, right? Pretty nice pattern here. Flat top resistance, double top, lower high there. Right there, 444. That's our level today. Can we get above it? I would watch the Dow. I would watch the Dow. And see if you can get above that. That previous, what was it, 391 or so? So 444. Yeah, 444. Is that the level? 444. 444. That's a nice area right there. See if it pulls back. See if you pull it into, you do have a little, you don't have support here. You have support way down here. Let's see what happens today. Let's see what happens today. Let's see if we end up giving back some of that move that we gave yesterday. That's what I'm going to watch for. So let's go into some charts. We so far we're having a good week here. Honestly, though, I would watch for. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it 100 and keep it right there. That's what we need to be watching for. All right, is a pullback in the 442. Pullbacks in the 442. All right, pullbacks in the 442. You get a pullback in the 442. Let's see, we have our gap fill here. That was support right there at that gap fill at 440. You made that support. Let's walk it up. Yeah, 442 was already made support, as you guys can see. It wouldn't be bad if you tested it again today. That wouldn't be a bad thing. All right, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Let's get right into it. Let's get right into it. All right, so if we think the Qs are pulling back, which they are right now, Tesla, bro. Look, Tesla's already all the way back down, bro. They're taking this fucking trade from us again. Damn. That's bullshit, bro. Like, I don't understand it. I shouldn't, dude. They really fucking played the shit out of me like a fiddle yesterday, yo. I was just like, I was this late getting into that trade, and I just never took it because it just fell. And I'm like, dude, I can't pay up. I can't pay a 20% premium. And then here we go. It goes from, it was like $1.20 to 140, and I'm looking at the 140, 150, right? It was really like $25 a contract, roughly. But percentage-wise, that's like, let's see, 20. That's like 18, 20%. And I'm like, you know what I mean? I can't do it because here's the thing, guys. If you guys trade options, you have to understand what happens to, like, depending on the security that you're trading. If you do not buy right and you pay up more than you should be, and that stock bounces, and even if it comes back and you're in a weekly, even if it's on a Monday or Tuesday, depending on what you paid and when you click the button, or push the button, I should say, you are still could be down red. You just go down this psychological path of like you can sit there and trust your levels. That's fine. Nobody's saying that. But if it leaves that level, and unless you got enough room, you need to just let it go. At least I'm not telling you what to do, but I let it go because I know what that happens. And I showed it yesterday. By putting on a trade, I'm like, why am I, like, this is what we need not to do, is come up with a whole nother plan. Like, the plan didn't work because we were late on the execution. All right? We weren't late, we were physically late getting our orders in, is what I mean. We would have been okay in that scenario, but you're still coming in, like, not 100%. I want to be in control 100% of the time. Like I tell you guys, when I short, like this thing's going into that level, it's ripping higher, and I want to get short, bang, I hit it as it's like ticking up into that level or down into the level. And as Tesla was trying to tick up into yesterday's pre-market low, right here on this tick, right up into there, right when this thing pulled back, bounced into there, I was trying my ass off to get it, and then it just whoop. So, you know, you trade how you want to trade, guys. But again, I know what this stuff does, right? I need to get it right because I'm going to make more money, one, and I'm going to be better off in the trade. My account's going to be better. And here we are, right back down. So we'll see what those 170s are going for when we open up the bell. I forget what the delta was on those, but you know. So Tesla, we're obviously going to be looking for excuse me. We have a downgrade. So let's look at the volume pre-market first. Let's look at this pre-market volume. All right, because that's going to give us some signs. Because coming in with a catalyst like a downgrade is going to, there's a catalyst to take you to new lows. I was trying to take Tesla to new lows yesterday. I was trying so hard. All right, look at the volume already. What time is this? 8:20, and you got, it's 700,000 shares traded. What time is that? That is 820 at about 650,000 shares traded. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, that's literally about the same yesterday. That's hilarious. That's funny. So I guess that was a yesterday's pre-market 1 minute was kind of a sign yesterday that we were going to that V bottom was going to happen. But again, we went short right there, right up into pre-market lows, guys. You guys would have fucking been done for the day in about 10, 15 minutes, guys. We got paid because it just fell. And it just continued and continued. And we said 172, 174, 172. Like, take profits on your way down. 175, bang, broke. 172, bang. All right. So, I think today we look for that. I think today we look for the break of this level. All right. Where do I want to go to on Tesla? Man, 15-minute is bombing. The thing is what happens when the stock opens up? Where's your RSI and MACD when it opens up? That's what a lot of people don't know. I want to see if we can get Tesla back down into this range. I want to get Tesla down into 160. So maybe I might look for a next week. What I'm going to do also is this level here too. All right. You could look at 165. All right. 165. These are the targets we're going for. All right. You made this area resistance. Like, let's see if we can get that break today. If we don't get it today, we don't get it today. It's all good. But here's the thing. I wanted to try and get Tesla to make a new low today or this week and have this RSI bumping a little bit higher to give us signs of reversal to be able to come in and fill this gap here and test the 50-day and reject it and then hop back in on the short. So if you see something going on, you got to watch for the upgrades and downgrades. Wells Fargo is a pretty damn big institution. Okay, that's a big institution there, folks. They are downgrading Tesla. That is a catalyst. We didn't have the catalyst yesterday. And you saw what happened. Let's see what happens with the catalyst, or let's see what happens today with Tesla. I'm not going to force it, all right? I'm not going to force this trade, but I will try to see if this level can break. All right, you've put in a double top up there. If we open up and that RSI is at the high, all right, then I'm going to look to try and put it on. With pre-market off is what you guys got to understand. Pre-market and after hours off. Yesterday, I thought we would open up here with Tesla. I know it doesn't matter because we're obviously down, all right? But let me see if I can do this real quick. There we go. Settings, time. Everything was messed up today. I don't know why. I think my computer restarted. So look at that retest kind of happening there. I was thinking that Tesla was going to open up right here around VWAP. You guys see this level here? And this could be our short opportunity if we get a bounce back. 176. All right. 176 is where I thought we were going to open up, but yet obviously there's a downgrade. They know what they're doing. I'm telling y'all, they know what the hell they're doing. So, yeah, well, like 176.50, 167. Or 177, 176. Right around yesterday's close where I thought we were going to open up today. But, you know, not that matters. So, dude, sorry, y'all. All right, so that's Tesla. We got to see if we can get a bounce. What I would like to see is a bounce back, and like I would love to try and get a rejection of like 175. Can we reject 175? But it's falling out of bed now. You can see this thing starting to curl itself over. Do you see this? Look. It's curling over. Waterfall, right? So, so that's that. Woke up to talking like me. If you guys, if anybody is here right now, if you guys could let me know. If you're new, say hello. Type something in the chat. Type a ticker, anything. So that's what I'm going to be looking for is Tesla 175. All right. I did have a watch list ready for you guys. All right. Um, seriously, that's what I would look for. Dude, come on, bro. Dude, what is going on? Let's see, 175. Yeah, 175, 177. I don't think we get it, though. So if we're thinking that the Qs could give us a little bit of a short, then this is what I want to look for. I know the camera's cut off again. And you can see on Tesla here. Let's see here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's see here. Bang. So we made that resistance. Yeah, I would like to try and make this 175, 173, 175. Yeah, I like that area right there. I like that area right there. 175 rejection. I'd like to try and go for that. Alright, let's turn up OBS. I need to fix the, I may need to, whatchamacallit, sorry it's taking me so long, guys. I'm trying to hurry up here. You know, you do have a little bit of support down here on Tesla, so beware of that. Just see if we get a rejection at 175. That's what I'm looking for. All right, AMD. You can see here yesterday's high. We broke that pivot level that we were talking about. All right. You can see we broke this pivot level. Let's see if this level might. I don't think it's going to hold. I would like to see a bounce on TSM. I would like to see a bounce. And then you get the rejection. Or AMD, I'm sorry. AMD. Because we had, they just look the same. I was looking at Qualcomm and TSM yesterday. So you can see that this area turned into resistance like big time. And now it's breaking again. So shit. This level here is what I would be looking for. Not really. I don't really like AMD. I mean, I like it because if we can get that downside, it's going to be a sick play. All right, and what I think what could happen is you got to watch ARM for that lockup for some of those shares to be sold. I think at the price it's at, you got to think about that that lockup agreement. AMD's not really. I mean, you know, if AMD breaks this level here, is what I would watch. All right, this level here down at like 197. You know, you didn't quite get that. My point is you didn't quite get to that pivot low there. I just think that there's probably better setups than than AMD, honestly. Yeah, I would look for a rejection of 202. See if you can get AMD to reject 202. I need to look at the daily charts, probably why. Bounce, support. Looks like it's headed back for 196. Looks like she's headed right back for 196. So I would look for that double top from yesterday. You guys can see right here. 202. Right there. You're back under it. I would look for the bounce. Alright, I would look for the bounce. See if you get this bounce. Boop. Boop. That's what I would look for. Alright. 202. And you can see that already, that comes in way back here. And you got above it. Alright. 202. 204. That's where the rejection was. 205. 204.88. Yeah, 205. So I'm right. Okay, I'm right. I'm good. Maybe I need to go to a 5-minute. Yeah, you guys can see here. And that's also that pivot low, almost that pivot low from that pullback. So let's see if we can, and you can see here what happened here, right? What happened there? That same level, rejected off of it. You know, it ended up reclaiming it, but you know what I mean. Just keep an eye on it. Let's see what happens up there. Watch the daily chart. You're still holding the 90 MA. You're still holding the 90 MA on the daily chart. 20-day moving average pulling itself up as well. So let's go look. There was news this morning with Lululemon and Amazon. Lululemon and Amazon. Let's look where we are pre-market. Flat. Flat. Flatty. I need some catalysts, folks. I can't just be trading something just to trade it. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Let me know what's up. Are you here? Something. Let me know. Let me know something. Lululemon. Look at this. This is nice. This is really nice. Look at that level at 461.95. I mean, I guess you could say it's that level right there. Like, this thing just sets up beautifully. Holy smokes. Oh, Lulu. Was it Eli Lilly or Lulu? Do you guys... Macy's closing... let's see. I think it was LLY. I think it was Eli Lilly. I'm not sure. Yes, Amazon will now deliver weight loss drug. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. So, LLY, Eli Lilly. What a monster of a name, bro. This thing has just been a ripper. A ripper. All right, so you can see here on Eli Lilly, guys, with Amazon. There was a little bit of news here. You have this support level here. Let's see. Yes, right here. This flat top you know, you gapped up, pulled back. I think that's the level, though. I do. I think this would be your level there. This thing's just way overdone. Way overdone. I wonder if you're getting a rejection here. So we could look for this to the short side if anybody wants this name here. You know, it's a bit expensive, but I think you could get a pullback on Eli Lilly. All right. I think I would like to see if you get a pullback off of that level, and you could look for that to get down to like 745. That's a really nice move. That's a really nice move. 760 to 745. All right, on Eli Lilly. Let's keep it moving. So Microsoft has actually been doing really well. I told you guys earlier it's in a range. We've been playing the range the whole time. You can see that W pattern it put in. You probably can't see it, but I can see it. All right, I can see it. You know, I could draw it out, but I'm not going to. Right here, look. Boom. There's your, or I'm sorry, it looks like an M or a W, however you want to look at it, right? Down, up, pull back, up, down, right? And then that level, resistance, support, resistance, it breaks above it. Can we get a pullback somewhere? 412. All right, you just closed right at 415. That was a nasty move, bro. Like, Microsoft's been a monster. And she's above the level now. She's above the level. All right, this is a consolidation and possibly a leg higher. All right, where could she go? Where could she go? Where could she go? I would put it right there. See, this is how I get messed up because... Alright, so it looks like it's got room to 450. 445, okay? 450, 445. What I'm going to look for is an obvious pullback and hold of 415. Alright, 415. Pullback and hold of 415. They're talking about the Wells Fargo, whatchamacallit. Um, 417.70. 1770. 417.80. Alright, gang. Yep, see what we have here. That's a nice breakout. Nice volume yesterday. I still don't think it holds. I think it needs a little bit more time. So I'm looking for that pullback into 415, 414. And maybe see if you can't test the highs. See if you can't test the highs. But 419, 420 is just a struggle. 419, 420. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. We'll see if we can pull it back and see if it holds. Just be sure you understand that high is there. All right, watch for that previous high. Have an area up there that you know where it's at 421.50, 421 area. All right, 421. All right, gang. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Let's get it, y'all. Just want to get logged in. I want to know what time what time they're going to vote on that bill for TikTok. It sounds like Palantir. So I brought up Palantir yesterday. Now it's going to be all up to what the markets do today. All right. I mentioned this on Twitter yesterday. Do we get a bounce off of this 20-day moving average, or are we going to just start to consolidate, which is okay? Like, is this a good dip buy? Even though it's on the highs, right? When people go, oh, thank you, bro, I appreciate that. Awesome. So when people like they don't think about this, but when you're buying something, I was taught from someone that you want to buy weakness in the midst of strength, right? With the stock going up and it's having its little pullback or consolidation. Okay? Pullback or consolidation. This Palantir trade right here, this right here would have been a beautiful, that whole area, the hold of that area, because look, that area is previously what? Resistance, right? Resistance, you're above it, bang, double bottom. You got your confirmation here, right? Look at the increase in volume on the rally. Like it's telling you, hey, right? So even though it ran up already, it's holding the 100-day. It taps the 200-day, right? That's an area to buy. You're coming into the 200-day moving average, all right? That flat top resistance level is now support. And this stock is moving sideways, but it's up in an uptrend. It's above previous resistance. When it pulls back in there, that's buying strength, or that's buying weakness in the midst of strength. So if I were to measure this out, kind of in a sense, I feel like it's already done it. Because I feel like this pullback is too big. I feel like that's too big of a pullback, but I will count this in. But let's put that in. So it actually has pretty much done something. I mean, I would actually start it right here. Look, I would start it there. You would go here. All right. Bang. And then look, that you still, wow. No. Yeah, up here. 28. All right. And the easy way to do it is just to draw a line too, though. All right. Anyway, let's look at what we have here. All right. It did not hold the previous resistance up there at 25.50, 25.45. So what do I want to look for? A bounce off this 20-day moving average. You have a solid support level here at 24 on Palantir. Okay. Can we get that 20 excuse me, 2550 rejection. Can we get that? I already am. All right. Can we get that? Can we get that rejection up here? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a rejection at 2550, I think it is. The 50-day moving average. Or no, not the 50-day moving average. This up here. All right, flat top resistance right there, 2550. See if we can't bounce off the 20-day. You could probably take a long there. You might have some dip buyers, but, I think the place to be a buyer would be down at 2440, 2439, right? Hell, 2397, 24 flat. So that's what you got to be careful for. I would let, unless you're going to use the 20-day moving average as your, entry and exit, that's something you could do. But then you got to watch for the 9 EMA. It's holding right now. Oh, come on, bro.
Earnings of $6.44. Whiskey Sandy Michael.
All right.
The estimate on Williams-Sonoma.
And what I mean is, right here, see, even if we get that pop, that 9 EMA, you're going to run right into it at 25 flat. So, which is also right around that 24.90 where the close is, prior close. So,
$249 up about $8. That's Whiskey Sandy Michael.
WSM. That's a nice support area right there. You can see that little pivot high. Bang. I think it gets broken personally. That's just my opinion.
Protect reporting 9 cents. Alpha Papa Tango.
All right. 24 would be the target, by the way. 24. I would like to get short at 25, 25.50, and then I would look for 24 to be the target.
$5.44 on Williams-Sonoma. That's the
all right.
number.
That's Palantir. Let me go back. PLTR. Let's go back a little bit.
CMTL, Comtech, electing a new chair. Mark Quinlan, Charlie Michael Tango Lima.
All right, bang. So it is 9 o'clock. If we could, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We greatly appreciate it. It helps the stream out a lot. Let's see what we have here. Just want to go over. Yes, repo market lead auto outpaces Chinese EV failure rejects. Google reacts AI chatbot Gemini for answering questions on global elections. Interactive reveals next generation trading platform BK desktop. Oh, awesome! That's cool. Did you guys see this? Interactive Brokers is that's awesome. So auto industry upgrades the auto industry. View highlights on one stock. Okay. So Morgan Stanley is upgrading that industry. There was news with Toyota Motor Company. Didn't I tell you guys I put the high in there? Told y'all I put the high in there. I'm going to share the stream real quick one more time.
RUM Rumble Cloud announcing strategic partnership with Kinshift. That's Romeo Uniform Michael. RUM. So, we're going to be watching these names today. Watch Meta, Snapchat, Rumble. Alright. There's some nice resistance there, holding the 200-day moving average. Where are we going? This is huge for these social media names, man. This is going to drive so much traffic elsewhere, possibly. Like, if this does pass, you could see Rumble past 10. I would say Rumble would probably go to 13.50. I really do. You honestly don't have anything up until $11. You don't have anything. Nothing. Ain't it a not a nothing. Alright? Ain't it a not a nothing. So $11. You know, you could look for 850 also at pivot low, but it's. I feel like once you break 850, that like it's on. It feels like 850 and it's on. I do. There's nothing. I feel like there's just nothing really gonna stop you past 850. All right. So. Look at that level hold. Damn, 650. What a level. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. I really do. Did anybody listen to that new Playboy Cardi last night? Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say it was trash. All right? But it's not for me. And it's not a hit in my opinion. I don't think it's like a hit. All right? All right, so this thing is rejecting right now. That's what I wish we could listen to music, like, with this copyright shit. Like, I'm not copywriting it. I just want to fucking listen to some music. Like, if we're not getting paid. 740, 750 pullbacks on Rumble. We got to see what takes place here. Rumble, I'm looking to get past 850. I'll probably play Snapchat. I don't know though. Maybe I will play. I might just end up playing Rumble because I feel like there's more. I feel like it's got more to offer. I feel like there's more. They have more like. They have more celebrity names and stuff like that. So there's more, somewhat, a little bit more notoriety there. Woke up to talking night. Sorry, I just got that shit in my head. So let's look for some pullbacks, guys. Let's look for pullbacks to 750 on Rumble. Let's look for pullbacks to 750. Again, keep your eyes on these because if you don't know already, they are going to vote on whether or not you can use an app. All because they think that another country is doing something. I don't know what they could possibly be doing other than funneling a bunch of dumb shit to your phone. But, you know, I get that they want to put the data somewhere else. I get that, and I appreciate that. You know, I tell people all the time with, like, some of these brokers that are out there, you sure you want to be using that? Are you sure you want to be using, whatever y'all to use, that Chinese app? Weeble? Y'all sure you want to do that? All right, pullbacks to 750. All right, Snapchat is already rejecting the 200 day. It's got a little bit of support down here though. All right, so it's rejecting the 200 day, 1175. Damn, that sucks. It never got above that level. Let's see what happens here at this prior double top, 1160, 1150, 1160. And then Intel. So Snap. What is this? 1160, 1150? It's setting up bearish though, in my opinion. You're not holding the 200 day right now. So I kind of got to be a little leery on that. I'm not sure if it's going to break the 200 day. It's got to get above $12. Got to get above 12. Got to break through. Got to break 12 on volume. All right. Let me share this stream real quick, guys. Just to try and get a little bit of some heads in here, something. Sorry, gang. My fault. My fault. My fat. My fault, B. My bad, B. My bad, B. You guys should be back, right? Make sure the red dot's all the way to the right. Okay, cool. Cool. 912. Let's get it. Let's get going. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Um. Bro, this is crazy, yo. So I looked at Intel. So if we could watch Nvidia, all right. If Nvidia starts to get a bounce today because of Bank of America, I guess they must have upgraded it or something. Let me grab my charger real quick. Shit, I grabbed the charger. I just need the cord. All right. Okay. All right, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. When keeping it real goes wrong. Nvidia, you have a little bit of resistance up here, possibly, but this is a nice break and hold. It's doing pretty well. Nvidia is doing pretty well, guys. So you'll have to. What I would be doing, and I try to say this all the time, is like, okay, that's all right. So that's there. That's there. Like, look at AMD. All right, look at AMD. It's below that area. Like, Nvidia is still up here at 203, 204 on AMD. All right, this thing is hella weak right now. Nvidia, you know, it's bouncing back, but it's still above yesterday's high right now. It pulled back to yesterday's high and kind of held it. So is this a AMD thing? Is this an ARM or like, you know, find the weak and find the SMCI, right? SMCI below that pivot high from yesterday. TSM, all right. Qualcomm is pretty much at yesterday's low. So you see the trend here. You see what we mean. Nvidia is your obvious winner. So if Nvidia is going to continue to pull back, then we're going to use Nvidia to trade, you know, and the Qs obviously to trade AMD. So if Nvidia is going to get a bounce, probably back to this level here, 921. We look at AMD to get up there, right? Which AMD's 921 is 202. We look for that 202 rejection if Nvidia rejects. You know, I'm so frustrated with Tesla, bro. This is crazy. Like, seriously, I could not believe that this happened. I took that trade yesterday. Like, it was such a sick trade. What I was going to say is I should have took it up at that area. But I wasn't sure if we were going to come in with a big gap up. It was best that I not do that. Because I thought we would open up around VWAP, and I didn't think that it would pay, really. So it's just crazy. So let's go look at Rivian. All right, RIVN. And what I'm also going to do is take this and put it in here. All right. Rivian back below the 20-day moving average. It's below $12, guys. So I would be careful with Rivian. All right, RIVN. Be careful with Rivian. Looks like some of these names are weak today. All right, looks like we have a lot of weak names. Rivian, let me make sure that I'm on this here. Dollar Tree, Carnival, Marathon. Okay, crypto stocks. Who's performed? MicroStrategy. Marathon, Mora, CleanSpark, it's running 2%. All right, so let's look at these crypto names, guys. Let's go look at the crypto names real quick. All right. So this is a nice support area down there at 240. Okay, 240 looks like a nice area of support. Alright, so guys, I was looking for, so that's a nice resistance level up there. See if you get a bounce at yesterday's low. I would like a test of like, you know, 239.50 area. Let's see. Let me go to a 15-minute chart just to pull it in a little bit. I gotta hurry up. Okay, so we are finding support here. We are finding some support. So there's clear Jamie Dimon endorses Disney Bob Iger in a proxy fight with Nelson Peltz. That's so fucking stupid. Does that mean that Disney could go down? We were looking at Disney for the downside, and I freaking missed that trade again. Like up there, it just fell. I'm like, I don't know what the heck to do now. What we could do, we could look for, so Disney is in the news again. We could look for a break. All right. See, I don't know how to play this. I would wait a minute, see how it trades, see if you do get that bounce. See if you get a bounce up here to like yesterday's high at like 112.40, 112.50. All right, and then we look for yeah, like wait, well, 113. Where are we? Where are we? We are, where's it trading at? 112.27 right now. You know, you could watch 114 and 113. Watch one. That's what I would do. Okay, that's what I would do. I would also watch AI. Okay, AI making this 31 rejection. Let's see here. So you do have a little bit of support trying to come in here off of this. Now, see, that's the resistance level. 200 day. 100 day coming up. Okay, we got just a couple minutes, guys. We have just a couple minutes. Do me a big favor. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Let me know what you guys are watching today. If you guys can even see the stream or view it. I don't know what's going on. I don't think we have anybody. I have 6 views today. This is awful, bro. Fucking awful. It's all good. You just have to, you know, I guess push through. Gotta push through. AI. So there is a nice opportunity here to try and get AI down at a decent level here. There's a really nice opportunity. This has got some down. This, you made it rejection yesterday. We back it up with another day of weakness. We could start this European ban or regulation on AI early. You're back in the range. $25, $75, $26. That's a $4 move. All right. Just take it level by level. Like, you don't really have much stopping you here. You have a little support here at $30. All right. You got a little support at $30. All right. Got a little support there at what? What did I say? $30? Yeah, $30. Little support right there. Break that. 28.60, 28.50, 28.30. I wouldn't even say that. $30. You break $30. And 29. So 30 and 29. I think you could start to see this thing roll over and maybe take this for like a week or two. And to the downside. All right, that's just me. I have other names I'm going to look at, like, you know, there's a lot. Wait, what? Just give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. So I can make that 200-day moving average, right? Just throw that up there. Bang. And like I said, look, you had the 50-day and 100-day way down there at $28. So see what happens. This resistance didn't hold. So if you get a bounce in the 31, man, I think that's got to be, in my opinion, you got to look for that trade. You got to look for that trade. All right. You don't have to do anything, but I think it could leave you. It's a nice setup, right? And that's what we're here to look for is setups that are worth taking. You can already see it's starting to try and reject that level. I want to look at Coinbase again real quick. We already went over that, right? Coinbase we touched upon. So, depending on what we do, if we could get a bounce off of this level, let's look to see if it does get to 270. I want to look for a 270 rejection. All right, but we got to watch Bitcoin on the back of that. Or, obviously, you have your 260 where you started to sell off pre-market. Okay, you started to sell off at this level right here at 260. You're putting in a bit of a double bottom here at 250. So, see if 250 becomes support. But ultimately, the trade that I would like is either we bounce today, get into like 260, reject it, and we pull ourselves back down into like 245.50, 240 area. Let me pull up a 15-minute chart so you guys can see this. Shit. Come on. So the 9 EMA is coming in there at 235. Boom, boom. Yeah, 240, 241. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to look for, guys. I'll pull back into 240 and take the long on there. Or get the short up at 270. 260. All right, we got to get through 260 first. So that's going to be the first line of, defense. 260. You got to worry about 260 before you worry about 270. Am I right? So that's Coinbase. Look for 260 rejection. Or if 260 breaks, then we know, hey, we got $10 up to 270. We got a $10 upside move that could be on its way. Yesterday, you went from 242 to 260. So that's a $20 move. We're at 250, 60, 70, $20 move. Chances are we're going to go to 270 today. All right? So that seems like 20 bucks, $18, $20, $22 is its average ATR. You can always find that out by counting the candles. It's important to know, because if you get pullbacks or bounces, or if you think you're taking the trade late, and it's moved like $4, and you're like, hey, wait, I may have like $6 more left on this trade. Is the risk to reward worth it? And that's what it's all about, folks. All right. Again, remember, Snapchat, Rumble. All right. They're doing the TikTok thing today. So we'll be watching for that. Rumble, I'd like to see a pullback into 730, 740. Okay. 730, 740. We'll play that TikTok thing when they go to decide on it. And yeah, let's go to Tesla. So yesterday, pre-market, you could have gotten, it was just a badass trade, and I was so upset on it. Not like crazy upset, but I was frustrated. I wanted that trade so bad, man. I tried so hard to try as quick as I could to get in it, and it just wasn't meant to be, I guess. And look, we're right back down there. Yesterday, I was wanting this level to break, and it didn't break. So today, God, that was so loud. I'm sorry. Look for a bounce. I'm looking for a bounce. I wrote it down. 175 rejection. I need a 175. 175 or 177 rejection. All right, let's see where the RSI is. It's weak. So we could probably take this thing back up to yesterday's close. And we called out the long yesterday, too. We told you exactly what was going to happen. All right, we said we were going to break that 9 EMA. I know there's a lot of lines, so I do apologize. And guys, too, by the way, if you guys see anything out there with a lot of volume and a lot of strength, please let us know in chat or like message me or something. I don't know if you can do that on YouTube, but that's what we do this for. That's what we're trying to do, right? We all have our sectors we watch, and we're trying to find relative strength, relative weakness, because we can ride that, right? We ride that. I have the scanner up here as well. So let's see here. I just, oh shoot. I meant to go over BABA and I forgot. 174. You're already having trouble at 174, Tesla? Holy snap.
NULN, Mullen Automotive, provides timeline update on U.S. government ruling for Class 1 EV cargo bans.
There's news on Mullen?
November.
They're selling that news. As they should. Fuck. So look. Okay, cool. They've been being really tricky here with Tesla. All right, they've been really tricky with Tesla, guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful day today. Microsoft pulling back. Microsoft's pulling back what looks to be on some decent volume. Sorry. I meant to go to the flexible grid, trade, Microsoft, AMD. Look at AMD just dropping out of... Oh, God, I got... Not that I got scared, but... Bro, what is going on here? Just relax, relax. Turn it down, turn it down. I think I heard Riot in there. Alright, Microsoft drilling. Microsoft drilling into yesterday's high. What I'm going to do is... I'm going to turn on the spot. Just give me 1 second, gang. If you guys could, hit that like button, subscribe. Or just say hello. Let me know that you're here. Maybe throw a ticker or something in the chat. It would really help the stream out a lot. Okay, Coinbase coming up into yesterday's close, okay? Coinbase coming up into yesterday's close. So we're watching Palantir, Coinbase. Come on, bro. Dude, you gotta be shitting me, man. That's a beautiful double bottom there, guys. I want to look for the break of that level if we could. If we can get it. So the Qs are underneath their level. The Qs need a bounce and reject 443 before they do anything. Oh, they did. They already did. Alright, so we're saying that we think we could get down to 438. Is what we said pre-market. Alright, on the Qs. You break this level, you have room down to 438. Alright. Make sure. Look. Wow, 435 actually. We have room down to 435. If we break here, good morning, Wiz. What's up, buddy? If we break, Wiz, watch out. You could take this thing right back down to 435. I don't think we do it today, but that's a serious move. You're not holding that pivot high either. So it looks like that might be the play. Alright, SPY pulling back right now. So we noticed early that we want to be looking at the Qs, like tech names, to be short. The Dow was better. Look, the Dow broke that level, is pulling back, guys. See if the Dow holds this level. That 391.50, if that holds, that's a beautiful long. You know, if you're into those kind of things. IWM. Look at the IWM ripping, guys. Ripping. Right out the gates. It's ripping, y'all. Holy shit. With volume. That's a big move. Pretty quick, too. See if 206 holds. And you have room to 207.50. 210 long term. Damn. Should I throw that on? I'm kind of curious what I should do, man, because if the SPY and the Qs are pulling back, it's only a matter of time. Like, are they gonna? Unless I start seeing the Dow follow the IWM, because that's the tandem, right? The Dow will follow the IWM, and the IWM will follow the Dow. You know, they all follow each other, but there's clear weakness in tech today. Clear weakness. So I wonder if we can take that with. See, you gotta watch what. Like Coinbase and Bitcoin, and it's a little, you know what I mean? You know, Bitcoin there's a catalyst there. So the Dow's breaking. Okay, let's see if the IWM starts to pull back here. Nope. Look how strong it is, guys. The IWM is stupid strong right now. Stupid strong. At least I think so. I think it's got room to 206, to 207. 207, I'm sorry. Yeah, 207. The SPY could be coming into support down here too at 516.39, 516.40. You have some support there at that pre-market low. Yo, I cannot get over the IWM. That's wild. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but I think it's got room to 208. I mean, there's a gap there. Fuck. I'm wondering if I should, like, if I get a dip buy, which I've already missed it. The dip buys already came. 206. 206. Pull back to 206 is where I would want to. It's not going to give it to you. It's already happened. All right, gang. What's Rumble doing? Look at Rumble. That's what I thought. All right, 850 you have a resistance level on Rumble. That's why the IWM's popping off. That's part of it. All right, you're seeing some strength in those Snapchats, the Rumbles. Mild support right there at 842. 840. Snapchat, look at the rip on Snap, bro. Yo, I told you guys, this is what's good about joining us in the morning is that, you know what I mean, we understand the sentiment and where we want to be in the market. This turquoise line there is your daily moving average. Want to make it so you guys can see everything. I know the levels kind of mess with things a little bit. Sorry, I did not have the chat up. Dude. All right, so Snapchat, see if you get a pullback here at like 12:22. All right, 12:22. I'd look for, this is my game plan right now. All right, this is going to be my game plan. If we get this pullback, I want to look for a hold of like $12. All right, and I want to see the 15-minute trade line. Sorry that the thing is messed up here. I want to look for, damn, this thing ain't going to stop. You may not get a pullback. What happens, though, is if it sits up here, 1222, I would ultimately like a rejection, a small pullback, and I would like to try and take that long at $12 and have it meet the 9 EMA there at $12. Not sure if we get it. Not sure if we get it, though. It's exactly what we said with Tesla yesterday. We called Tesla to a T. The down move and the up move. We called both sides to that trade. Literally. Fucking 10 minutes. 100%. Over 100% in 10 minutes. It just, where else in the world can you, like, what else, what other, you know, career can you do that? That you could turn 1,000 for 1,000, 2 to 2, 10 to 10, in 10 minutes. 30 to 30. Tesla is on the list, by the way. All right, so you got a nice pullback and hold at pre-market highs. The volume is on your side for a buy side, but I would be watching the oh fuck, it already did it. I would be watching 177. It looks like it kind of already pulled back for you. I would like to get that 177 rejection, but 176 is the bottom side of that anyway. All right. If you guys see here real quick, look, Coinbase is breaking up, trying to break 260. We break 260 and hold on Coinbase. You got room to 270, 275. Oh, it's kind of rejecting up there. Shit, man, there's so much going on right now. fudge. I don't know what to do. Shit. It broke it. No? Is it resistance now? What's going on? Bro, I can't see that. I'm just trying to get however much I can get up here so I can get to work. Yeah, 262 is a nice rejection point. On some volume too. I gotta look at it on a different chart. I can't use that blue shit. Sorry guys, I'm trying to hurry up. I'm sorry. And if you guys want, throw in the chat what you guys want me to put up here. What is going on? Come on. So 175, we said that was a nice resistance level. All right, that's a nice resistance level. It's pulling way back in, guys. So you guys can see here why 176 and 177 is okay. All right, you guys can see 177 was support and resistance. 177 was like your middleman. All right, this was your middleman here. You can see 176 and 177 is your middleman. All right, resistance, support, breaks, comes right back up, support. So you obviously want to be taking your entries up around that area. And you can see, that's if you trade equities or options or whatever, if you're going to be trading Tesla today. That's why you want to be up there. Come on, bounce. I know she can. I know she can bounce. I know she can. Coinbase is just, what a mover. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get this stuff. Come on, man. Like, it's killing me. And then you still have Boeing. We said Boeing going back, you kind of already went to the range, but this is crazy. I can't believe they waited so long. I knew it was going to be hard to get that trade. Baba yesterday was doing pretty well. Baba's pulling back a little bit. Look at the volume on Alibaba today, guys. Oh, never mind. Coinbase. So look, social media names we want to look at: DWAC, Rumble. What is that? Coinbase, bang. Is this thing rejecting already? Someone said. What are you going to do, Coin? I think she's going to break. See if Coinbase pulls back to 256 and we look for a long there. Well, it is a bit overdone. Hold up. Let's go to this chart. I wish I could lower those boxes. Yeah, let's see what happens up here. 30-year note auction too, guys. Just so you're aware. 30-year note auction. 30-year note auction. All right, Microsoft rejected again. Look at the volume there on that break. They're trying to hold Microsoft up. Look at that bull flag. That's a nice bull flag right there. Shouldn't be hard. It should not be hard to take Microsoft back to 410 in my opinion. I don't see why you couldn't. 410 off the rejection of this level here. I think it works. I think if you get a pop up to 413.85, pretty nice entry point right here. All right, and then let's see if this takes us to 410. When you know.
The best thing about TimberTech decking is the durability.
It's standing up to all of nature's elements and all of
There she goes. The volume's kind of drying up.
like the real thing.
Shit, man. I gotta get up on my shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. No, 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 no. Okay, let's see here. What's everybody looking at today? What you looking at today, Wiz? I know you're probably busy.
GXAI, more highs now, up about 157% off X-ray Alpha India, $13.90.
Shoo! Ah, damn. GXAI, bro. GXAI. I heard this thing this morning going. All right, 174.50 on Tesla. Fuck. I kind of was thinking about a long right here. I was seriously thinking about a long. Just taking it back up to that gap fill, up to that 176 area. I think it's going to go higher right here. I think it starts. Dude, come on. You know, yesterday felt really good because I had a really good plan, and that's why I was so upset yesterday when I was like kind of late on that entry on Tesla through pre-market lows. It felt really good. Like that trade, I felt really good about that trade. And like today, I'm kind of like, I don't want to just, I kind of want to like play this, the social media names when they go for this vote. Let them run up to wherever they're going to run up to. Like rum. Okay. Look, what I said, what we say, 850? 850. It pulled back on volume. All right. Snapchat. I snapped that whole shit. Am I gonna get a copyright for Kanye for saying his lyric? Let's see here. You already know big old ES, baby. I feel you. Can't go wrong there, bro. I might be with you. Not on the ES, but you know what I mean, dude. Whoa, look at that. I would watch the Qs, but 514 might be nice. I think the trade might be on the Qs, honestly. I think that might be where the trade's at, even though it's already been taken. It's already been taken.
Ovens are busy making fresh bread daily. Our produce is local, fresh, and hand-selected.
Our meats are the finest on the market and cut to order.
Our chefs offer an extensive selection of already prepared meal options.
And we can cater any event.
Make your next special occasion delicious.
Any way you slice it, Jensen's Market does one thing better than all the rest. Cater to you.
When I was your age, we never had anything like this. What? Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi that works all over the house?
Microsoft, shoot. Palantir. I don't want to be like watching a bunch of things. So we said the bounce on Palantir to 2550. So my watch list, guys, is pretty much going to be Tesla. Like right now, it's not getting through that level. It's not getting through 175. It's not getting through 175. You can see that 9 EMA coming down right there, guys. It's already a bit oversold. So I'm stuck. All right, I'm stuck on what I want to do. I mean, not really, because like I kind of wouldn't mind trying for a long here and then trying to roll that long into a short, because you're making this whole base here on Tesla a rejection point, or we're at least trying to. Right, you see all this area right down here, it's 175. But so, and then I'm looking at the 3-minute chart. Nice support down there from yesterday. The volume I'm watching. But really, and I'm watching that VWAP and 9 EMA. I'm watching that. Like a motherfucking security camera, bro. I'm watching that. And I know they out here watching me too. Right? All these other groups. Talking about, yeah, I got this cool idea. You should hear my idea. It's all good. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But wait, didn't he just talking about, wait, nobody talking about Palantir, Coinbase. Or I'm just giving up an idea. I'm just saying. I know y'all watching. Let's see here. Can we bust through that 9 EMA? Can we hold VWAP as support? It's struggling right now. This is Tesla we're talking about. All right. It's Tesla, Wells Fargo. Nice downgrade today from Wells Fargo. A little frustrating because we were on this name yesterday to the downside. And we called the upside too. I just think I'll show you my short entry because it's starting to line up. Here's what you guys got to understand. For anybody that's new, right? You have like this 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. You see how we're just sitting here and it's pulling it down? So I want to see if I can meet that 9 EMA up here at like 176. I want to try to get that RSI up. I want to try to bring this down if I want to be short. If I want to be short. Yesterday, I told you guys that once we broke down to 170, 250, 173 and broke through there, I'm like, you guys got to be taking profits here because you're below VWAP, you're below your moving averages, and like I would expect like a bounce back to VWAP and see what we do. I wanted to see us sit below this level yesterday at 175, 174.80. I wanted us to be down there and just stay there for a little bit and have everything like some time pass, have all the moving averages pull back a little bit, and that didn't happen. So then we called out the long, right? I said, look, this thing probably go long right back up, 170, 178. So, and that's exactly what happened, right? It's exactly what happened yesterday. So I was pretty happy with the analysis yesterday. It was just spot on. You could have traded them both ways if you so chose to.
Thanks to you, Mike Santoli. Coming up in the next hour, we'll take you to D.C. and watch for that House vote to ban TikTok, so don't go anywhere.
Let's check it out. Says here it gets plenty of light. And this must be the ocean view
Of Aruba.
Huh. This listing is misleading.
Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on iPhone 15 Pro, titanium.
We mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. Says here inviting pool. Come on over.
Too inviting.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
All right, gang. All right, gang. So let's see. Right now, so just hanging out flat. Now look, you can see it's pulling back. You see how we wasted a lot of time there? Now what I would be doing is looking for a bounce to VWAP to see, okay, we couldn't hold it as support. Let's look and see if we can make that a rejection point. The second thing is, if we start to break down, right, we make a new low. You have to watch for a flip quick and turnaround because I'm already seeing that this volume is kind of telling me that it wants to put in a bounce. It does. And it feels like it's trying to suck a lot of people into the long. I ain't going for it. I'm not going for it. What I want is what I want, and I'm not going to do anything if I don't get it. 176 short. 176 short. You saw how much that paid yesterday. 10 minutes, you were up 150%. In 10 minutes. 9:30, by 9:45, 9:40, you were done for the day. If you were with us yesterday. Done. Over 100%. $100, $100. $1,000 to $1,000. 10 grand to 10 grand. 1,000 to 1,000. If you trade 20 contracts, you're $2,000. You know, you guys get the point. So if it does break a new low here, see if you get that quick flip and see if it pulls it back on low volume. Or second, see if we take VWAP and make that resistance. Because we tried to hold it as support. We wasted a bunch of time here. See if we make VWAP resistance. All right. What else can we add up? What else can we add up? Look at that. 38.2 Fibonacci is up here at 174.50. Not really meaning much. So this would be an entry point here short. But again, I don't believe in it just yet. I don't have much faith in the short. Unless it breaks and then you start seeing an increase in volume that comes through. It's a different story. You're already down 2.5% or 2.25%. I want 176. Dude. Look. That 9 EMA is just cranking to the downside. There's your weakness. Bro, what? Sorry. So once again, you can see how it holds. I think they try and give up here. Let's see if it bounces. Let's see if you get a bounce right now. Sorry, level 2 is right here, by the way. I just did not have it up because there's... What are those 170s? So yesterday we looked at the 170s. They're at 154. So they're still up. There's still a premium on those because yesterday they were $1.20, and again they went to like 220, 240, 250, something like that. It's like 120, 130%. So now the 9 EMA is where I want it for a short. Which is also yesterday's VWAP, too. That's yesterday's VWAP as well. So see if we can get a bounce up there. It may not. What might happen is, like, the volume's drying up right now. If it breaks, let's see what happened. Because you could have, like orders sitting below 172.50 area, 172.60. And, like, if we pull in there, like, look at the volume. You see the volume here? It's starting to increase. Look at the volume increasing. You didn't have that. So they placed orders there underneath. Sell. Like, there's sell triggers programmed already in the system. We pull into there.
bang, that brings in volume, and that could start to speed things up. Where the overall market's at. The SPY pulling back, right? So the SPY did not hold 516.50. Look, it's trying to bounce. SPY trying to bounce. I still can't take it down here, guys. I even if it goes, I don't care. Like, you know, I know we have a downgrade. Oh damn, it did give us that level. Fuck. All right. That's an entry point there. This is taking me too long. Taking me too long. Bro, this thing is seriously though. This thing is so oversold. There it goes. Look, 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 look. Like we said, just because we break to a new low, you would watch for that quick flip and reversal. Watch for that quick reversal. Coinbase was also up at resistance. If this market's pulling back, the volume's not too bad either today. Right here on the S&P at 516. 516. 516. Short. 518, 516, 514. All right, look, look, look. See how quick it's popping up there? Let's see. 5 minute is a ways away from VWAP. Look how far you are below VWAP. Look at that. You're gonna get short down there. That's how you lose. All right. Trying to go short when you have this huge gap. Wait for it to bounce into VWAP and consider it resistance. There's still a little bit of day left here. Why is this not pulling itself back in like it should? But 511.50, 511.60 would be the target today if we do take back yesterday's move. If we take back yesterday's move today, it's going to tell you a lot of the market sentiment. We saw a lot of selling pressure stepping in yesterday, and then they stepped away. They would step in, then they stepped away and let the market get bid up, then they stepped in again. They're selling higher. So there you go. Tesla pulling back in, trying to hold. Give it some time because it's only going to be a matter of time before they start to get a little nervous. All right? Where they're like, man, this thing's not going down further. I'm waiting for an entry point to get short Tesla. Like yesterday was the day. Look at that volume. It doesn't have volume. I'm going to scratch that idea. Or I'm going to wait. I'll wait a little bit. Coinbase. This looks like a decent setup. So we are above 260 now. Look at the volume on this thing. Some okay volume today too. All right, here we go. This might be a nice one here. I think we caught one. Shit. I'm looking for 270. Fuck, there's no way. Paying $600 for a 270 call. It's already gone. I knew it. I knew it. That's a trade there. That's a trade. You know, it obviously would continue there. I knew it was going. That was a nice setup. You still have room here. The previous high, I would look up there at like 271. That's your ATR. If we get up there, I will probably depending on what Bitcoin's doing, I'm going to be looking for a short up there. Look at Bitcoin pulling back, and Coinbase is bouncing back. So this is what we said pre-market. I want to look for a bounce back to get short. The volume's pretty good here. The volume's actually pretty good here. So I'm not just going to rush in. Let me go to the daily chart real quick. I do want to see what time they're going to try and pass this TikTok ban. I want to see what time that bill goes on the floor. All right, 280. So we do have room to 280. Fuck. Let's see here. 280s are still 410. I just can't do it. That's $30. You know, I expect us to get to 270 today. So paying $4 more a contract for $10 more higher than the average ATR guys. That's how you make money in this business. All right. Understanding that, like, most of you guys probably don't even know what I just said. What I'm saying is, if they're charging me $4 a premium for a 180 call, okay, if they're charging me $4 a contract on a 100 contract, is $400. But that's besides the point. The 100 contracts and the 400 is besides the point. They're charging me $4 a share is what they're charging me. They're charging me $4 a share to go to where? $280. The average ATR is about $20. It's what it's been doing this week. ATR, average true range. How much does it move in a day? It's going to move from, we opened up, or the low, I should say, on this pre-market was 250, 60, 70. What's also at the high? 270. 20-point move would put you right back at that high at 270. $20 is the average ATR. So that's probably where we're going. And no, I'm not going to pay $4 a share for $10 more worth of movement. That's 2 days worth of movement. Well, that's a day and a half. Okay, today's Wednesday. That would bring it down to tomorrow. So tomorrow might be good if you can hold this 270. I wouldn't mind looking at those tomorrow, because you're not going to be in the money. Those premiums are going to go from like 400 down to like, I don't know, 150, 180 possibly, maybe 200. So you could sell those calls. That's a nice insurance move right there. You get Coinbase up to like 270, 275. You know, you get to 275, then I would watch out. The market is expecting another $8. I wouldn't even worry about what the market's pricing in. I mean, because you can see it for yourself. The average move is $20 on Coinbase. We pretty much pulled back this morning to 250, 60, 70, 20 points puts you at that previous high. But we do have room to 280. I wouldn't buy those right now. I wouldn't spend $4. I'm not trying, So that means if you get to 280, you'd have to get to 285 by Friday, and that would leave you $100 a contract. That's a 3 to 1 risk to reward. It's not what we want. We want 1 to 4, 1 to 3. Or you could do it in reverse and say that was a 1 to 3 ratio, risk to reward. Or 3 to 1, right? You're going to risk $3 to make $1. No, that's not, the math won't add up. You're going to have to be right a whole lot more than you are wrong. All right, so let's move on from that one. Mara, so all of your crypto names have some volume on them. Is Tesla, so Tesla did break. So there you go. What did we say? Look for it to break, and maybe that brings in a bunch of volume that is sitting down there waiting to be sold for whatever reason. Or bought. Like right now, you're seeing that reversal. We do have room. We could swing this, especially with the market pulling back, but I can't do it. I tried to get short up here yesterday, and it was too slow on getting in. And look at that quick reversal that I was talking about. Makes a new low. It sucks people in. They're like, oh, let's go. It made a new low with volume. Boom. And then look, now it's reversing. Now they're scared. They're like, shit. Now they're down money.
So now they're going to sell, and what's going to happen is they sell, and then it pulls back again. It puts in like a double bottom here. All right, then I want to see like another test of VWAP. I think we can get another shot at 175. I think we could. I think we get another shot.
Expediency would be to the easy thing and just pass a pretty much identical bill. But I do think what the House is doing here is they're opening up the possibility of a conversation in Congress about doing something more comprehensive.
I hate this fucking mouse. This mouth, if you just breathe on this mouse, it just clicks.
Platforms that carry speech. Speech is something that is protected in the United States under the First Amendment. And the other thing it does is it's not actually enforced directly against TikTok or ByteDance. It's enforcing against Apple and Google by forcing them to take an app like TikTok out of their app stores. And so as a result, you end up with at least 3 different groups. TikTok
I gotta find something to trade here. I gotta find somewhere. Where am I gonna make money? Where am I gonna make my money today? The SPY. Okay, so that was a nice reversal there off of the SPY. See if you get a failed hold here. See if the SPY. See if it tries to pull back on VWAP and doesn't hold here. That's a nice rejection point. This right here is a nice possible place to get short. See if it pulls back. Right? It pulls back and it fails to hold VWAP. And then you just get this possible breakdown. I mean, yesterday, it's all going to depend. I feel like we're at a point right now where we're not at the top of the range. All right, on the daily chart. You can see this range here. That ascending wedge, we're just walking it up. And you're playing the range. You're selling at the high, buying at the low. So you know what you have up here at 518. All right. You can see that tail with volume. I think we break it. Again, my target's like 520, 530 on the SPY. I don't see why we can't get the 520, 530 area. We don't have a reason just yet to say that we can't go higher. So, but I am curious. Do we take this move back? I don't think we do. This is a pretty clear. I mean, you can see here how we went, dude. How we went up, and then what did we do? We pulled back to this area, that flat top resistance there. What do you have there? The 20-day moving average, just that flat top resistance. You break above it, it holds it, it pulls back, and it's stepping itself up. So the next level, which it did it yesterday, was 512. 512 would be the level. So pull back to. It's hard to say though. We'll see. I'm just gonna let this market do what she wants to do. And you know, yesterday was a really solid shot at Tesla. And it is what it is. Coinbase, I needed to be on that earlier. And it's gonna break out. It's already got nice volume. Look at that. Look at that daily candle. It's only been an hour. Not even. It hasn't even been an hour, and it's already done quarter the volume from yesterday. So maybe you could look, see, it's got to be worth it, right? Like, even 300. They're paying 170. They're paying $1.70 to $1.50 for those contracts. You have 3 more days left. So you had to have been on this morning. This was one of the top ideas, was crypto names. Let's see here. Let's go to Meta. All right, Meta's pulling back. Snapchat. AMD. So AMD is breaking down to a new low. It's got some decent volume.
collect data that is critical. And we're, I mean, the truth is we're really kind of in a cyber hot war with the People's Republic of China right now. They're
No, I'm not going to do that. I'll do it over here.
property
We'll do it here.
constantly using cyber as an economic weapon, and they are pre-positioning assets to possibly attack the American economy to slow down our response in a war in the Pacific. That's something that's been
No, you know what? Let me go back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry again. Sorry, guys.
Guam, in Hawaii, in San Diego, in Seattle, in South
Let's see here. If semiconductors start to reverse,
to a possible invasion of Taiwan or some other.
let's see if they start to reverse here.
Do something, but we got to do something a little broader than just specifically.
That dotted line is your gap fill. You see this gap down here? You're filling that gap right now at 193, high 192s. So let's see if that brings in some volume. Watch level 2. See if there's some buy orders there, sitting down there. And then look, semiconductors start to turn higher. Watch what Nvidia's doing. This could be a trade. So Nvidia's pulling back. And what I'm getting at is see if you start seeing the shift now that starts to help this market go higher. You got your pullback. Now are you buying the dip? You get semiconductors behind you, this market's going higher. You're going to go test the highs. And then what does that mean for Tesla? What's it mean for Microsoft? We already showed you guys that IWM, small caps, were doing really well this morning. I think in part social media names with this bill that they're going to attempt to pass today. IWM, look at that. Nice double top there. But more importantly, it's got some nice volume with it today. And it's one of the only indexes that is green like it is. The Dow's doing really well. IBM down, UNH. So if I'm looking at that, okay, there you go. There's a stock that's going higher. JP Morgan, look, higher. Microsoft, pulling back. So I'm 2 for 2. All right, what else is a Dow name? You guys know any Dow names? Blue chip stocks? It's all good. I got it right here. I mean, I know them. It's just, I can only think of so many. Okay, Caterpillar, McDonald's. I see where we're going here. Down. Higher. TRV. Okay, look. It's going higher. Higher. All right, balance here. I don't want to lose Tesla. See how it got back up there? Let's see if it turns this into resistance. VWAP. See if it turns VWAP into resistance. Look, just the arrow. I shouldn't have to do it like 3-4 times. It's just wasting time. All right, so are we going to get our test here at 175? I want to see that. I want to see a slow grind higher. And look what do you have? Look at the volume just dried up. Just left. The volume just left. What that's going to do is allow this RSI and the relative strength to kind of come up a little bit to be able to come back down. I want it to go up to be able to get up to 175, 175.20, 176. And look for that entry there. That's also Tuesday's or Monday's close. Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. I'm sorry, Friday. That's Friday's close. So let's look at a weekly chart here. You can see that we're going to attempt right now, if we get this bounce, we're going to attempt to make last week's candle resistance. And then we look for the follow through. Today, tomorrow, into Friday. Let's see if we get that. or we just put in this hammer candle, which is showing us a reversal, or we're about to get this. Like, if this weekly candle closed like this, I wouldn't like that because it's not going to move. We need things to move to make money. If it doesn't move, I mean, you can make, I'm sorry, let me take it back. You can still make money if you want to sell premium, but you're not going to make that much because your premium, like, the IV is low right now. The VIX is low. Like, premiums are low right now, so you want to be a buyer. At least I want to be a buyer. I want to sell premiums when they're at their highest. When there's risk and fear in the market and people are paying a premium for that insurance. That's when we want to sell it. We want to sell it when the house is on fire. If you get this hammer candle this week, kind of like, it doesn't really move, then I would expect next week where we get that bounce and we could look to fill the gap and turn that, finally get that 190 area to turn into resistance. All right, so these are the two outcomes today, or like on this weekly candle. We get that breakdown, it bounces back, we break it down, or we don't, and we just continue to hold 173, and you get a bounce back to 178, and you're just stuck in this range. And I think we bounce higher, though, guys. I mean, I don't know. I think if we can bounce higher, that would help the case to pull back down further. It would. It would really help.
Sarah also got Pen's views on regional banks and the ongoing struggles of names like NYCB, which, as you know, just announced that billion-dollar infusion deal led by Steve Mnuchin's Liberty Strategic Capital. Listen to that.
The question with every investment is about whether or not it's the right price.
Coming up at 10:30,
That's the fundamental
build of
investing.
900,000
A building where rents have come down may still be an incredibly attractive building at the right price.
expected.
And for the
Distillate
risks
that you run
intrinsic
150,000
in
at gas.
New York City Bank, I think that this is the right price. And to be clear, Steve has an incredible record investing in the banking space. He's very thoughtful on these issues. I really wanted to know, blow by blow, how he thinks the bank should best be run to address the issues at hand. You should ask him to join you live on TV, because there are very few people in this world who are as talented as he and his team are at thinking about opportunities in the banking sector of the economy.
Do you expect more ripples?
So they have, what time is it? It's 10:30. Ken Griffin's on CNBC right now.
And intrinsic in New York Community Bank, I think that this is the right price. And to be clear, Steve has an incredible record investing in the banking
Wow.
space.
Just gonna
He's
look at the
very
follow
thoughtful on
through
these
right there.
issues. I think if you wanted to know,
I
blow
still
by
think
blow how he thinks the bank
that's
should
a
best be
hold
run
of the
to
initial
address
morning
issues
low.
at hand, you should ask
That's
him
all
to
that
join you
was.
live on TV, because there are very few people in this world who are as talented as he and his team are at thinking about opportunities in the banking sector of the economy.
Do you expect more ripples from the regional bank fallout?
I think we're going
Absolutely.
to see just a continuation of these one-off idiosyncratic stories over the next couple of
Yes.
years as both commercial real estate struggles and as the broader economy encounters various different idiosyncratic setbacks. So we'll see more of these stories over the years to come.
Especially if rates
Of
aren't
course,
where
we
they
did have
are.
Steve Mnuchin on this show last week talking about exactly.
Oh, I guess that was... I thought it was live. My fault. Come on, man. Let's go, Tesla. It doesn't have any strength. All right, there's not really any strength with it. So we might be able to take this because now it's like it's going to start doing something, in my opinion. I feel like it's getting ready to start because it's already passed enough time now where you're going to just start getting people that tried to go long start to sell. You're just going to start getting people to start pushing buttons. All right, you know, I can sense that stuff because you know, I've been doing this for a while. It's like not sensing it, but it's just like understanding that once enough time goes by and it hasn't moved in one direction or the other, you know, who gives up? And it may not move that much today. It may not move. So the left screen is going to be the actual stock, and then this is the options. The level 2 for options. God, I want 175. I want 175.
What's right for the business and what's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
Want Ethereum exposure right in your brokerage account? Get it with symbol ETHE. Grayscale Ethereum Trust, the world's largest Ethereum fund. ETHE. Theory of investing.
Oh, you know what? Yesterday we had our chance to grab gold too, GLD and stuff, guys. We had our shot yesterday. We had our shot. Look, and you came in with a gap up. I forgot about that yesterday. I had mentioned this, that this was the time that if you were going to think about it, like put like a piece on, if you haven't done so already. You want to be able to, like, those pullbacks is where you want to take advantage of those. I don't know. It does kind of feel like it's kind of died. Like the fun has kind of died out. But this thing will still go back on another roll and you'll be upset at yourself that you didn't grab anything. Alright, so Honeywell. Oh, CRM. I forgot about CRM and Goldman Sachs. CRM is coming up to... I wonder if this could be a short. Right here on CRM. See what happens right here. See if it can break it. It probably will. Yeah, look at that volume. There it goes. Wow. What the hell happened there last week?
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Some breaking news now in the House that there are enough votes to pass a bill.
Oh no, they are going to pass it. They said the House has enough votes. It's still got to go to the Senate. Fuck. I mean, this is good and bad. I mean, this means that content creators can always go to another platform. I mean, at the end of the day, they can always use Toro. They could use Toro or something and still go. Like, it doesn't mean you can't access it.
Of course, after the House, this bill now moves to the Senate. There's less of a clear path there. There are concerns about lawmakers, but the fact that this has a very strong bipartisan vote could be enough to
or be banned. Seen a majority of lawmakers voting for this. Although at
So,
this
you
point,
guys,
do have
Rumble,
more than 50
Snapchat,
lawmakers who
Meta,
voted no. We know that's a coalition between
Google.
hardline
Google's going to
conservatives and
benefit from
progressives.
this with
Strange
YouTube.
bedfellows, but they share concerns.
Hopefully this
about
channel
freedom of
can
speech,
benefit
as
a
well as
little bit
other
from that.
issues with the bill.
That's
Also
a
notably, in no column today, you have Jim Hines, who's the top Democrat
just
for the
an
Intelligence
unfathomable
Committee, and he says,
amount
look,
of people
other
that is
countries,
going
they
to
have these, they try and block
possibly
what their
shift to
citizens
different,
can hear and read and see. The U.S. does have some national security concerns about TikTok, but the solution isn't to ban it. Of course, after the House, this bill now moves to the Senate. There's less of a clear path there. There are concerns about lawmakers, but the fact that this has a very strong bipartisan vote could be enough to pressure senators into finding a path forward.
want to see what we have here. Video, AMD, Netflix, Adobe has earnings. It's just taking forever. Like, you can see Tesla still just going down. Look at the volume. Depending on what time frame you look at, it's what was it that I forgot? Disney.
For decades, since Cole has a successful track record to prove it. Points out it's a complicated industry filled with creative talent requiring the unique expertise and engagement skills that Bob possesses. Putting people on a board unnecessarily can harm a company, said Jamie. I don't know why shareholders would take that risk, especially given the significant progress the company's made since Bob came back. And, I have talked to any number of shareholders who feel like, all right, I want Bob in there because he's doing a really good job, I think. This is, again, I'm paraphrasing some of those.
There's your
but I also wouldn't mind Peltz in there as well because I think he's going to hold management's feet to the fire. But you speak to somebody like Jamie, he'll indicate, listen, you may think it's one director and it doesn't make a difference out of 13, but it does, and it can.
This
really,
could be a nice entry here.
Quite difficult
if it's going to pull back for you. What's the SPY doing?
Offer that up, at least in terms of things that I've been hearing as well when it comes to Bob Iger's view of Peltz and Ike Perlmutter, remember, who is the main shareholder in the Trian ownership stake, some 25 million.
I kind of want to try a Microsoft short here. See if we can't take Microsoft back down to 409, 410. I'm going to try it.
Iger would view any representation of Perlmutter on that board negatively, such that at least, and again, to the risks that Mr. Diamond brings up, one risk would certainly be, would Bob Iger say, I'm out of here, and choose to actually exit his position as CEO. That, Leslie, is a possibility here should Trian prove
I
successful.
am
Of course, we got a ways to go yet to see what
thinking
actually
about
happens here, and those large shareholders, as you know, having covered these kinds of
that
these kinds of
short.
battles in the past, will prove very important.
Yeah, 3 weeks is a while, but to your point, I mean, I can't think of a time when Diamond or any other large bank CEO has kind of weighed in on
I
these
have
proxy
way
fights,
too
despite
many.
the fact that many of them have businesses advising companies on what to do to defend themselves.
Yes,
In these
and I'm
proxy
glad you
fights.
raised that, because when I first reported this, I also added
Four
the
of
fact that JP Morgan
750,
is an
damn.
advisor to
Everything
Disney,
is
and so that
expensive today.
certainly
Is the VIX
at
going
least needs to
higher
be
or
considered.
something?
But to your point, I can't remember Jamie ever choosing to weigh in, no matter what
look, the
JP
market's
may,
pulling
JP Morgan
back.
may be advising or representing.
Yeah, although I will
All right,
say
let's
that
see if we can
Diamond
take
once
this.
pitched an idea for a movie to Iger, and it was about a woman who couldn't pick men very well, so she had a board of directors of women who would be testing
Okay,
men
so the
and
delta
picking out
is
her
20.
husband. So maybe that's kind of a.
But I think Iger said no, thank you.
He did not. No, he did not greenlight the
He
movie.
didn't greenlight
but
that script.
Diamond is, I guess, loyal regardless.
We got to get that picture made, no matter what.
I kind of like the idea. Yeah, I'd watch that.
You'll be in it, David.
There's my little girl yelling at me.
Happy to report on it.
Yeah.
When we come back,
Abby,
we'll discuss
what-
the fallout from that House vote that could ban TikTok here in the United States. And a quick programming note, an exclusive you don't want to miss. Next hour on Money Movers, Palantir's co-founder and CEO Alex Karp, alongside our Sarah
Oh,
Eisen
Alex
in Florida,
Karp's gonna
talking
be
tech
on.
regulation. Of course, that begins at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
I'll give you something. I'll give you some more of it. Hold on. Yes, I'm coming. Hi, sweetheart. All right, right there's an entry point. If we get it again, see if we put in a double top up there. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. It's, you know, it's just not really clear like it was yesterday. Dude, what in the is going on? Come on. Abby, hold on, Boo-Bell. I'm coming. Please. God damn. Just give me 1 second, guys. I want to see if this does try to break down, though, up here. Look, it's going to right there.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you? This is on my time. Well, somebody's butt. Just thought I'd let you know that we could.
Yo, that's a nice rejection on the spy, you guys. It really is. Let me go feed her. I'll be right back.
If you're looking for official word on that TikTok crackdown bill, we now have it. The House has passed House Resolution 7521. by a vote of 352 to 65. One voting present, needed a 2/3 majority for passage. We'll now turn our attention to the Senate side, but an overwhelming vote by the House on that crackdown. Meantime, Dan Ives, Wedbush security analyst, joins us this morning, has a new note looking at the impact of a TikTok ban, something we've been trying to work our way through as we kept our eyes on the Hill. Dan, what do you, well, I won't ask you to give the calculus on passage in the Senate, but let's pretend this goes through. What happens?
Look, it's a game of high-stakes poker because, first of all, there's a retaliatory in terms of China. What do they do with Apple, Tesla in terms of that? You know, is this eventually acquired by big tech? What could the valuation be? Call it 100 billion plus. But then we believe 25% chance that this ultimately passes, just given the regulatory spider web that we see. Clearly, Meta benefits and others, but look, we believe this is a slippery slope. It's a watershed moment. You are playing a little with
You gotta be
fire
kidding me,
going
bro.
down this route.
Come
And
on.
we think this is within the Beltway. It is very. It's you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And I think now we need to see how this all plays out over the coming weeks in this sort of 202 drama.
So would you be re-rating Meta, Snap higher or lower?
So we still believe here, based on all of our work in the Beltway and our advisors, 25% chance this ultimately passes. But with that said, it's incrementally positive for Meta, for Snap, for others. But I think we need to see how this all plays out over the coming weeks. But no doubt, if I go back a month ago, the fact that we're actually here and the House passes it,
Right.
given the pressure that we've seen, it's a surprise. And I
It
think it's a
is.
surprise in Beijing. Look, I just got back from China, and in terms of overall Asia, and you see a lot of tensions that's rising. This is not what we want to see in Beijing.
So what does this mean for the potential retaliatory measures that China could place here? If it's at least a near-term positive for a Meta or a Snap, but then China retaliates against U.S. tech, then what could that look like?
Well, and for Cook, for Musk, that's the issue here. Right. And as we've talked about a lot, right now it's not roses and rainbows for Apple and for.
So there are
Tesla in
implications
China.
here,
The
as you guys
retaliatory
can
is what you
see.
worry about here.
There
Not
are
for Meta and others,
implications.
but specifically for Apple and for Tesla, and that's why we say you're playing with fire. In other words, this
Right.
game of high-stakes poker, it's great for grandstanding here, but not just from a First Amendment perspective. It could have massive implications from a retaliatory in what's already in terms of that U.S.-China Cold Tech War.
Yeah, I mean, I brought this up yesterday. How would we react if China decided, oh, Tesla, you've got to divest your operations in China to BYD? We would not react well to that. That said, it's very much unclear, Dan, I should just point out from my own reporting, that there's any chance the Chinese would allow ByteDance to sell TikTok
Well,
to another
there it was.
company,
It's giving you the
including
follow
source code
through.
and the algorithm. That's not going to happen.
Those puts,
And
wow,
so
man,
it's
you
very
got
hard
it.
to figure
That's
out
crazy.
What will happen here. Before we let you go, though, I wanted to actually come back to Tesla and just have you respond to this Wells Fargo note today, questioning obviously significant discounts, profit per car coming way down, and their price target at Wells now, I think, 125.
Yeah, we strongly disagree with him. Obviously, we respect the analysts and the call, but I think right now overly negatively discounted in terms of the Tesla story. Look, near term, clearly units are going to be
This could
soft
be a
for
nice
1Q.
bounce here.
Just getting back from the region, I believe price cuts are now starting to subside in China. That's important. I think when you look through the next 6-9 months, we're going to look at this as more of a golden buying opportunity for Tesla over the next 2-3 years, especially with AI, rather than time to throw in the white towel. But for now, we all know. I mean, the New York City cab driver is bearish on Tesla here.
What does that mean? Sorry.
Everyone's bearish. The piling on's there. The bears are coming out of hibernation mode. I get
I
it.
see what you mean, yeah.
But we believe now is not time to throw in the towel on Tesla and Apple. I think we see there 6-9 months now. Stock's much higher.
I thought you meant that the taxi drivers weren't buying
Weren't going to buy Teslas.
Dan, thanks.
No, thank you.
Dan Ives.
Up next, Sally Krawcheck joins us to weigh in on the markets. Her firm just hitting a major milestone today. We'll talk about it. Squawk on the Street. Back after this.
Related debts. Now Bioaffinity, a NASDAQ company, is commercializing CyPath Lung, a groundbreaking non-invasive early detection lung cancer test, addressing a
It's okay, right? We had a plan. We said if we get to 175, we get to 175,
has the potential to dramatically improve
and we reject. Like, that's our entry point.
Bioaffinity. Stock symbol BIAF on the NASDAQ.
For 88 years, Morgan Stanley has offered clients the same determination and forward thinking that defined Justin Rose's career. Because the only way to reach your full potential is to pair the vision of what's possible with the grit it takes to make it happen.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals.
So let's go look at names like SoFi, Rumble. Oh no, it's RUM. R-U-M. I need to go get something to eat. That's a nice breakout, guys. This thing's probably going to have room to $11.
They all choose the Advanced Network Solutions and round-the-clock partnership from Comcast Business, powering more businesses than anyone, powering possibilities.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. A mixed day for stocks as the Dow and S&P come off their best day since February. Ellevest co-founder and CEO Sally Krawcheck joins us here at Post 9. Ellevest just reached a big milestone, $2 billion in assets under management. Congratulations, Sally.
Thank you.
So it's great to have you because yesterday was Equal Pay Day. This is Women's History Month. You've been talking about what you call the feminization of wealth.
Yes.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, so first of all, let's start with all this is great because nothing bad happens when women have more money. And Ellevest, it's true. It's absolutely true. And Ellevest was founded by women for women to help women invest. And I don't have to tell y'all, investing has really been the way, scalable way to build wealth.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. A mixed day for stocks as the Dow and S&P come off their best day since February. Ellevest co-founder and CEO Sally Krawcheck joins us here at Post 9. Ellevest just reached a big milestone, $2 billion in assets under management. Congratulations, Sally.
Thank you.
So it's great to have you because yesterday was Equal Pay Day.
Yeah.
This is Women's History Month. You've been talking about what you call the feminization of wealth.
Yes.
What does
Yes.
that mean exactly?
Well, so first of all, let's start with all this is great because nothing bad happens when women have more money. And Ellevest, it's true. It's absolutely true. And Ellevest was founded by women for women to help women invest. And I don't have to tell y'all, investing has really been the way, scalable way for individuals to build wealth over any period of time. So getting women to invest, increases their confidence and is good for all of us. The feminization of wealth is happening as women build wealth, but we're thinking a lot about Ellevest, about the great wealth transfer, which is going to occur as the boomers begin to move to the great beyond. Yes, they're giving their money to the kids, but they're also often giving it to their wives. And it won't be too many years before women have the majority of the wealth in this country.
Because their spouses die earlier.
Half of marriages end in divorce. Women live 6 to 8 years longer than their spouses. And so women's longevity is about to do the work that Lean In did not complete, which is getting that money to women.
So you mentioned white space. When you were working at bulge bracket banks, you obviously saw kind of a need here. What is it about kind of the way you advise women that's maybe different from the services that they could get from a traditional wealth manager?
I'm not so sure I saw the opportunity because I sort of said what the street says, which is, men invest more than women do. It's that women are risk averse. We all think that, right? What that is saying is what we're offering is terrific. They're just not buying it. And at Ellevest, we were really the first who said, what if we build something that centers women? And it's as simple as having women financial advisors, but it's also having impact investing. Women aren't hearing it about the anti-ESG. Women are saying, I want to invest for financial returns and impact returns. And it's things like having an investing algorithm that recognizes gender. Why is that important if you're a woman? Because we live longer. We earn less. Those things matter. And then it's a bunch of the little things. Men will invest through jargon and women will stop and say, I'd better understand that. And so it's really in every big and little way, building it for them.
In this current environment, are there different types of advice that women are seeking, and is there different advice that you're giving them?
Yeah. So we are very much about asset allocation. We believe strongly in it. But what we are hearing is There are points in my life as a woman when I really need an Ellevest. And so we've recently launched, for example, a divorce financial planning package, right? I mean, super important as someone goes through that, where historically women's wealth decreases when they go through divorce and men's increase.
It's 10:52.
An inheritance financial planning package, a buy a home package. So we approach this often in a very goals-based way because we find that really, one, it's needed, and two, it's extremely motivating as well.
You've been doing this now through a couple of cycles, and I wonder how women think about, think differently from men when the market's setting lows versus when they're setting highs.
That. You know, women are better investors than men.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And in part,
Well,
that's because
I don't know.
they stay the
I
course
think it's
during down
person-to-person
markets.
basis.
We saw that in real time at Ellevest when, in fact, a couple of years ago, the market was significantly shrinking. We grew through that. And a good part of it is women absolutely stayed the course. They don't check their accounts as much. They certainly don't look to trade as much.
Yeah,
It is by
right.
staying invested, as we all know, that can be the secret to those real
And at
long-term
highs?
returns. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the majority of our clients have recurring deposits.
All right,
into their
y'all.
investing accounts. And so they're dollar cost averaging. Even
If you guys could, do me a
even no one
solid,
knows
hit
what
the like
dollar
button,
cost averaging
subscribe
is,
if you haven't
that
already
makes a
done
lot of
so.
sense.
Well, to your point, women are
If you guys
living
don't have any
longer,
ideas,
have a longer time horizon.
or
Sal
do have
Bartek,
ideas,
thank
throw
you
some
very much for
ideas in
being
the
here,
chat.
and congrats on that $2
Say
billion
what's up.
AUM milestone.
Something here. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do here. I might come back. I might go get something to eat real quick. I don't know what to do. All right, so there's Microsoft. Is Microsoft going to officially pull itself back? Feels like it might be. Let's see where coin went to. So coin's up there at 270 now. Let's go look at the map. Let's go look at the map. The heat map. So you're seeing energy, man. Energy's doing pretty well today. XOM pulling back, trying to get a bounce, but it's off of a gap up. That's the problem. They're taking the trades from you. You just have to be long them and understand how to, you know, I don't know. Let's see. Did anybody here watch the Sugar Sean fight? Did anybody here watch the fight this weekend? What were your thoughts of it with the Dustin Poirier fight as well? I personally think that that's going to be better than UFC 300, and I'm kind of wondering why those two last matches weren't UFC 300. Sean should have been the main event of 300. Who else are you going to bring in? You don't have McGregor, you don't have Khabib, you don't have what's his name just fought not too long ago and I think he got the belt back, I think. The black guy. But so it's 10:56. Huh? Oh, snap. Did she even try? Woo! Whoa, 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 whoa. He's like, oh my god, what a beautiful boat. Oh my god. Unbelievable.
Oh, you guys remember this game back in the day at school?
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, Coinbase, I think also doing a convertible of some kind. Not a bad time to raise some equity. Kate Rooney, don't miss the CEO Palantir, Alex Karp. He's in the next hour. Of course, our live market coverage continues right after this.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145
That's even funny. Why do you hate to say it? It is what it is. Alright, shorting Tesla in the hole at a price that bounced from 2 of the last 4 trading days is stupid. This shouldn't need to be said. It shouldn't. You're right. It shouldn't, but it does need to be said. But that also didn't work. I should have gotten my entry there at 175. This post did not age too well.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. 30 years ago, State Street created
Yo, he's snapping.
it still does. What can you do with SPY?
My boy's snapping right now.
AG1 works by making foundational nutrition easier. Combining vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients into one comprehensive formula.
Wait, what? Wells Fargo downgraded to 125. Bottom might be it. No, that is the actually the exact opposite. Fuck, I wanted that 175 short so bad, bro.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Thursday, April 18th, CNBC presents Changemakers. Join this groundbreaking summit featuring powerful women leaders transforming business and redefining industries. Request your invite at cnbcevents.com/changemakers.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl King today with Leslie Picker here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, lawmakers in the House pass a bill that
Yes, that's so true. I forgot. Thanks, Brett. I forgot about that. We saw UNH going higher. XLH? No, XLV. XLV's going higher. So let's see here. This is some nice area there. See if I can catch a bounce. Let's look to see what the markets. Let me see real quick. So the markets are just hanging out right here at 516. There's no issue with that. I kind of want to go get something to eat. I just feel like as soon as I go to do it, we're going to start making a run up to making a run back up to like 518, like pre-market highs. So I kind of want to be patient. I didn't think today we would move that much in the overall markets, like the indexes, but like crypto and social media names, yes, I felt like they could run. But I'm kind of wondering what this means for. I want to see MVP go for yes. MVP was that the? I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry, I didn't have the chat up.
Are you talking about the Dustin Poirier fight? Or, you're talking about Sean? You're talking about Sean, aren't you? I just think that, those two, like, how could you not have, like, Dustin Poirier and Sugar Sean and the other, the guy that Sugar fought, and, like, both of those matches are a, like, UFC 300. Let me see real quick. I know I'm repeating myself on that. I'm just kind of curious. Like, what are they going to do? Like, how do they think it's going to perform? Okay, yeah. Hold up. Yes. 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 I forget who he fought. He fought that guy. He came in with a count, not him, but I don't think he... Yes, this dude is a beast. Yes. He is really good. He is really good. He is really good. I forgot about that fight for a second there. I forgot about that. I love when people think that they can fight. It's so funny. Like, it's so easy to suck people in on, like, just, like, different ways if you know how. Just getting them to, like, move, like, you pulling them into the direction. Yeah, I forgot about that fight, though. That was another good one. Like, I thought this kind of should have been UFC 300, in my opinion. It's crazy to me that, like, who else is there to fill up the stadium? Maybe, maybe I'm lacking and I don't know some of the other names that are watched, but MVP Michael Venom Page, yes, man, he is. I want to see him go far too. I'm with you. He's got the length, and it works, man. And it's like, it's hard to defend. Or it's hard to, like, it's not hard, but it's like, when you go into attack that it's like, that distance is Yup. Yeah, I know who you're talking. Yup. Yeah. I feel like that's how Sean got where he is. And I feel like, it takes somebody that's got a lot of time, that's really strong, and kind of like a Khabib versus Gregor. Like, McGregor came in and was, and believe it or not, he was tall, and, like, he could have that distance. He didn't have to be very good. As long as he could hit hard and, like, have some kind of understanding, he had the length. And that separation and, like, being able to pull them in and keep your body and your face and stuff away. Look at Andrew Tate. How do you think he became a kickboxing champ? He probably sucks at it, but just because he was tall, he was able to keep himself away a little bit, and it made his job a lot easier than whoever he was fighting against. I'm not going to discredit him for, he definitely, he has the belt, or had the belt at one point in time, but it helps, it helps when you have those genes where your arms and your body is long and you can get into that weight class where you can just dominate. And then it comes down to weight. And can you cut it and give yourself that advantage, And I think that's when people succeed. And then getting in at the right time, where what? Yeah, I know. You get in the right time where there aren't that many people with length and stuff like that. And the competition is kind of, I'm not going to say weak, but, kind of downgraded a little bit. But the insurance company refused to pay him after finding out he played college basketball. Oh, that's sick. That's crazy.
that could kind of disrupt what we're currently experiencing in the market. I asked because there was a small business survey, for example, this week that showed some cracks in the labor market potentially.
All right, so we have XLV so far winning the day. Damn, look at that. I haven't even... Did you guys pay attention to this? Look at that. I knew that, like, not necessarily Sigma, but maybe Sigma, they were bouncing to new highs. RSP finally made its new high. Alright, ARM is coming into its support level, guys. I don't think they're in a hurry to sell this thing. But we could start to see a... It's going to be coming soon here. Like, we're going to find out soon whether or not this thing is going to pull back or not. Up here at this level. Fuck, I need to go get something to eat. Yeah, I was just looking at Tesla. That's so funny you said that. I'm just looking at it. I was just looking at it. It sucks I never got my entry. I had a feeling it could do that, where it just hangs out. And these things didn't really pay. They did, but they didn't. Right? I mean, of course it bounced. You're getting that bounce back. But... that move yesterday, bro, was killer, dude. I was so upset. My week would have been done. I would have been done. Like, you know, I would have had to, like, see a pretty nice setup for me to put risk on. Because yesterday, that would have been a crush trade. 10 minutes, over 100%. Shit. I would have just relaxed yesterday, the rest of the day, and today. Not like relaxed, but you know what I mean. There are a lot of small caps going too today. All right, so look, we're getting that 15-minute. See, this is what I don't like, though. I feel like it's too easy. Look at the 15-minute trade line. It's coming right down into that 173. If we are able to break above it, I will take a long. If we're not, then I will take the short. Oh, Palantir is... Alex Karp's going to be on CNBC again. All the Palantir fanboys are going to go crazy. Here comes the YouTube videos with Alex Karp. Oh, the short float on Palantir. It's going to go. It's going to the moon. I don't know where the moon is, but it's going. It's going there, wherever that is. Sometimes it's rough sitting here looking at a bunch of squares, guys. It's a little rough. Okay. Okay. All right, so let's see here. Let's see if we can come up with either a buy or sell trigger. Where's the market at? Because I would like to have the SPY or the Qs behind me, like at my back. I feel like the volume is pretty big here. Come on. Okay, look at the double bottom there on Tesla. Let's go to the 15. I don't know why that took me so long. 38.2 is up there at 120 or 173. No, I don't really care for it. Oh look, 23.6 fib. 6. Hold on one second. All right, 15 minute. So we have the 90 MA right there. That's an increase in volume. Fuck. All right, so I'd be looking for 165, 160. If you get that continuation. It's always something, bro. It's always something.
Joining us this morning, CNBC contributor and The Verge editor-in-chief Neil Patel joins us. Neil, there's so much we don't know about the Senate's ability to get this on the floor. What information might have been shared during some of these secure briefings?
Watch this level to hold. I appreciate you bringing that up, Wiz. Thank you for bringing that up for me. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back in a second. Wait, I'm not going to go anywhere just yet. I want to see what happens here. But I do need a drink of water or something. Let's see. Yeah, but right here it should start to tell us something. If you can start getting back above VWAP and see what happens here, because the volume kind of dropped off. You have a double bottom there. Look at the volume here. Look at the volume right there, and then look how we're getting an increase in volume off of that level. But we'll see. I was wanting at 175. I think you could get some dip buyers. You know, I'm not sure. I seen yesterday, or last night it was, somebody talking about Bitcoin or something. I'm like, just some of the stuff he was saying, like, he wasn't bad, but I was like, you know, I was just like, he just wasn't really thinking about the fact that you have all these ETFs and all the, like, this, there's been a fundamental shift and change to crypto, which this fundamental shift is a catalyst for a bunch of buying from ETF, like people, like the owners or the, you know, the people that have these ETFs like ARK, Kathy Woods and crew, they have to buy Bitcoin. MicroStrategy, everyone else that's buying Bitcoin. Like, there's just a massive piling in. And I thought that ETFs would have the adverse effect, but then when I was like, what I wasn't thinking about is like, you know, them having to buy Bitcoin. Or I'm sure they do. You know, I don't know how it works, but there's just a flight to Bitcoin right now. You had all these ETFs get opened up. Like, oh, but what it was is that he was saying about the pullback and stuff. He's like, I don't know why we won't break through this level. And I'm like, when you have a major level like that, usually, you know, more times than not, you don't just break it the first time. You know, it takes a couple times.
There's an opportunity to take market share away from TikTok here, and TikTok has really dominated the headlines in terms of where users are going, especially young users are going. The interesting thing about the regulatory piece is the United
Getting
States
tired.
not pass speech regulations.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
We've evaluated the algorithms and the speech on TikTok, which China owns, and said, actually, we have a very compelling government interest in making sure China doesn't control these algorithms and indoctrinate people into whatever they want or produce whatever disinformation they want, especially in an election year. So there's a very big difference in kind in sort of regulatory protection, whether you're a U.S. company or a company that domiciled outside the United States, where our government can't actually regulate Reddit directly on terms of moderation, but it feels comfortable saying, okay, we can regulate a Chinese company.
But speech is one thing, and then magnifying certain speech is another, right? I mean, how does the regulation look at that discrepancy if, you know, you have a whole host of comments on a certain platform, but then, you know, one side is magnified and it could be some kind of foreign infiltration, which we've seen in the past of trying to sway, whether it be an election or kind of a national security issue, public perception. I mean, are there certain regulations that could change the dynamic for something like that, for the algorithm itself?
There are so many of those ideas floating out there in the world, and none of them really have any traction. I've asked lawmakers from Barack Obama to senators to congresspeople, how do you differentiate between
I wish I could do the 11 o'clock here on CNBC and play it. Let's see what the market does. Let me look at Coinbase and stuff. Are we getting that rejection up there on Coinbase? 270. That was our target this morning. I was a little late on buying that. I couldn't do it after a certain point. So let's see what happens up there. You know, I think this would be a nice entry if you think that 170 is going to break. I think right into that area there would be a nice support level. I mean, really, 260, 259.50 would be a nice area. Remember Meta, Rumble. I thought about getting on this, but I may just let that go. I may let that go. Shit. What the? Two big updates. U.S. pledged $130 million in aid for securities and humanitarian aid for Haiti. Okay. GrowGen? Oh, SOUN. What is this, SoundHound? Yes. Wow, look at SoundHound, guys. Holy shit. Alright, hold up. Dude, this thing is just a beast. It's coming in. Oh, it doesn't have resistance till like 860. You have a gap fill up there at 890. It's like the most random levels.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the price. That's amazing. And great customer service based here in America.
All right, I'm doing the 845
No contracts and free
or 850. Fuck. You know what? I'm not doing the 850. I'm going to put it where the pivot is. I'm going to put it where it belongs. It's a nice double top there.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. Never tried Omaha Steaks? Save an extra $30 with promo code.
Let's see what the spreads are here on this thing. 30 cents for an $8 call. Give it to me. I think I might try this out on a pullback, guys. I think I might try it out. Bro, come on.
As a result, the market was paralyzed. But for the FundRise flagship fund, that means it's time to buy. Time to buy assets we expect to perform from single family.
Sorry, I gotta fix this.
That's how we plan to expand our billion-dollar portfolio, and it's all available to you.
Okay, there's the pullback. There's the pullback.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then Worthy sent Lila her money. Get Worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
These bills are crazy. She has no idea she's sitting in a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash.
I'll message him later another time. GEH, LABU, BIB, RBLX. I was watching Roblox yesterday. I was looking at it yesterday. Roblox. I think it's just under its 50 day though, and it does have a nice pennant here, and it's sitting in meeting like if you think that Roblox, like if you were to see technically this is a rally consolidation and this is a buying point. Technically. Look at the volume too. I think I might do it as well. I think I might try and put this on as well. You got to get above the 50 day though. Got to get above it.
Dollar Tree, which runs Family Dollar, which is a lower end consumer, and then they have Dollar Tree, which is a higher end consumer. And they came out and really noted that the higher inflation is hurting the lower end consumer, and that reduced government benefits, food stamps, were hurting.
I'm so tired and groggy. Gotta get above that 50 day. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back to Tesla real quick. It's another rejection point there. But look at this volume too though, that when it comes in like yesterday, came in pretty heavy. I think, in my opinion, that that area would be nice for a pullback right here, down at like yesterday's. See, dude, every time I do this, guys, I'm sorry. Every time I hit the mouse, it doesn't click or it doesn't do its job. So I do apologize for that. It's starting to piss me off. All right, 15-minute chart. So the volume came in on the downside yesterday. I don't like. Well, no. Let's see. Yeah, it's some pretty heavy sell side volume there. That sucks. Got above it. 40.77.
Perfect microcosm there. McDonald's, the biggest laggard on the Dow right now, although an uptake today. Bob, thank you. Palantir CEO Alex Karp is next to take.
So Alex Karp will be on CNBC also, guys. Alex Karp will be on CNBC. So can we get above this 50-day? Can we break up there? Got a lot of resistance up there at 41.50 on Roblox. It's another rejection. Look. All right, this could be. Let's see if this is an entry. What time is it? It's 11:30. It's a little too late for entries, but if we regain the 9 EMA and stuff, I'm really watching this here. I think I'm watching Tesla here. I want to see what happens in the next, like, 15 minutes. What time is it? It's 11:28. Yeah. So we made it support this morning. Rejection area. Let's see if it continues to reject that area. Or, I'm sorry. See if it continues to reject VWAP. Did Microsoft ever pull back as well? Coinbase, I know, went right to our target. It's trying to now. Coinbase should be up at that, pulling back off of 170. We said it could go to 180. Rum's going higher. Yes. Pull back on Apple. Yes. What else is there today? Boeing, I haven't watched much of. UAL, higher. UNH, so healthcare. JP Morgan, starting to go higher. Semiconductors are down. Holy smokes. Alright, let me go grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to throw Tesla up here. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. How did everybody do this morning? Did anybody find trades this morning? Or was the day okay for some people? Did you not trade? Did you trade a little bit? We still have the indexes. I think later this afternoon or into tomorrow, but I think Friday could be a day where you start to see the markets really move.
Oh, she breaking up.
more revenue, higher margins. Okay, look, we're making the same claim. The only thing is we're not making a claim. We're saying we will show you while they tell you. And those, like all these people making all these claims are the only marketing we really have.
Let's do it. Let's go higher. Let's do it. Volume's dying out though.
We're going to make the enterprise stronger. We're going to have innovation work in a way that is differential. Meaning, innovation means nothing if 5 companies have the same.
All right. There she is. I'm gonna grab a bowl of cereal. There she goes. There she goes.
They're worried that the supply chain may break tomorrow because they're dependent on a part that comes from a country that's about to be disrupted. They're worried that they have to figure out what's likely to break in their product. They don't have enough engineers. People have very disparate use cases, but the basic use case is my business has to be healthier, stronger than it is now, and healthier and stronger than the people I compete against.
Yeah, I mean, what are some good, if you could, specific use cases? Because you called out companies in earnings publicly. Airbus, for instance. We talked to you and the CEO of Hertz, the car rental company. Where's it working best?
I mean, it's working very well in all these companies. I mean, one use case I'm very, very excited about is our work that's now public with Panasonic Battery. So this is super interesting.
I'm kind of wondering, like yesterday, I was kind of thinking about some swing trades.
Robots, Japanese workers, people who've been working in that environment for 30 years, people who know their machine that builds the battery so well that they can literally walk by it and intuit you're on. How do you bring that to Nevada and then have people who are high school, college trained, who are not engineers, who've never worked at a battery company that are from a completely different culture than ours or theirs, and ramp it up so that they can go to the machine and figure out where's the machine.
I think I'm gonna make an intro to the streams. I think I'm gonna make an intro. At least try. Pockets got fatter.
These are use cases you can absolutely do with large language models and our product. The other thing you can do.
Look at this guy. Like, you know, we just can't break up through that level right there for whatever reason.
And in the past, you just couldn't build an area. Now you can. And then there's a myriad of other ones. Like, how do you task a satellite? You're a large agricultural company. You have to decide which satellite you deploy over which satellite you don't. And then for more technical people, who gets to decide where your production goes? Who can shut it down? Who can ramp it up? These things, you just can't walk into an enterprise with a large language model, outsource your knowledge of your enterprise, and task the large language model. You'd be essentially outsourcing. You could hallucinate your business out of business.
So when I said you were coming on, I talked to some of the analysts, and they all want to talk about these boot camps that you do, because apparently this is just like super fast, right? Training on AI and on your platforms, and they want to know how quickly you are transforming corporate companies into accounts off of these boot camps. I think you've done more than 800.
Yeah. So, but the relevant, you know, a couple years ago, we were doing like 70, 80, 90 pilots a year. And now in the next year, we're going to do, 20 times that boot camps. And what's
the strategic advantage of that?
Well, everyone's training to do things. And
Oh, she's breaking down.
we could hire marketing. We've never been good at marketing. We could run around and say, there are 50 things we do better. There are certain also technical.
GOOGL, Google, starting tomorrow, March 14th, Waymo says fully autonomous ride-hailing service will be available to select members of the public in Los Angeles. That's GOOGL.
Available to select members. Not you Trumpers. Y'all ain't allowed to join. Just a few. A few select members of the community. So there was just some things with Google that they said tomorrow, starting tomorrow, you'd be able, their ride share, something like that.
One of the other things that's very special about the U.S. opposed to, like, American CIOs, CEOs, and they call their buddies. They're like, hey, you're driving mileage here.
This could be the start of going higher, only to take it lower. I want to see a pullback and hold of 172, or it just continues to the downside. I just don't think it's going to it's going to pay you that much to take the downside. It might. You can try and go for it.
PLTR, Palantir CEO on CNBC, Papa Lima Tango Romeo.
The most important thing our country can do is, in the defense context, is just absorb the profound banality that America's better at software than any other country in the world, and especially than our adversaries.
How much better are we?
Well, I know of no I know of no enterprise software company outside of America that would even ever consider doing a boot camp. Like, maybe you can argue that others just copy us and you can compare ours. There's no company that's even going to respond to that. So it's like there are no large enterprise companies that I'm aware of in software in China. There are basically the companies in Europe that exist are older, they're not charismatic in this.
Alec Karp's talking that ish. I would put it on, but they'll copyright it. It's the only segment on CNBC because of Carl Quintanilla. He got mad at me.
Also, we build companies that have a new playbook. There is no playbook for Palantir. So it's like, so then you're ready for the world as it exists, not as the world as it existed 20 years ago. So what is the conceptually and tactical most important thing about Titan is we became a software prime.
SWYN, Selwyn, off the highs now, $62, hit a high of 72.55, now up 111%. Sandy Whiskey, India, November.
On our terms, just like an obvious thing about winning is you don't allow the adversary to define the terms of battle. The terms of battle that the adversaries like are hardware because they have like very technical.
It's a nice resistance zone there on Palantir. It's a bit oversold.
Treasury Secretary Yellen said has every expectation that single biggest contributor to inflation will be moving down this year. That on a Fox Business interview.
That's also a software problem. How do you bring a manufacturing culture back to America so that you can actually produce?
Yellen said, "I regret saying inflation was transitory."
Hardware culture, or you can be a first-rate software-driven hardware culture, and that was the aspiration, and that's why internally we have always had this thing like external excitement, internal excitement. We at Palantir are very excited about the Titan win. First of all.
All right, is Janet Yellen live right now? Let's see. Oh, smelling Yellen.
I love burning the short sellers. Like almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine and away from these short sellers who like are going short on a truly great American company, not just ours, but just love pulling down great American companies so that they can pay for their coke. And the best thing that can happen to them is we will lead their coke dealers to their homes after they can't pay their bills. And that's like one of my.
Surely all short sellers.
Yeah, well, go ahead, do your thing, we'll do our thing.
So, as it relates to the battlefield, you're talking about America's edge. You've also been supplying our allies, Ukraine and Israel, in two wars that it's hard to tell how they end. I mean, do you have any insight on that based on your visits to both and on the work that you're doing?
Well, I mean, they're very, very different places or different cultures and different.
It's just one of those days, man. It's gonna be tough. It was a late night for me yesterday. Here we go. Here we go. Is this a second opportunity? Is this going to be a second opportunity?
That having people with software platforms that actually work on top of which they build is ideally suited for the modern battle situation. In Israel, there's a lot of our products are used, they're publicly disclosed in one place and not published in another. And the issue there is much more, why do most people in the world and most people who are successful support Israel? So why is it that so few of us admit that we support Israel? That's the central issue Israel has. It does not. It's like it has a lot of a very complicated.
Like this close to taking that Tesla short. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. See if the SPY tries to bounce. $4.17. I don't think it gets very far. See if it tries though. It's sitting up here holding. Let's just see what happens. I think that it could start to bounce here.
Watch if the SPY reclaims 516.37. I mean, the easiest way to find out if it's going to or not is look at the other indexes. I mean, that'll tell you right there whether we're going higher or lower. It'll probably be stuck. Again, just give me 1 minute, guys. I'm just getting something to eat here. If you guys could, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. If you're new, welcome. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. If you have any charts you want to cover, throw them in the chat. Everything you need, throw it in the chat. Look. Look at Tesla. Here, there's your possible entry, but you need some volume. I think it's going to consolidate for a little bit here. But let's see if it does start to have an increase in volume here. And let's see. I don't think you'll get it. It's just one of those days today. It's really, really boring. Maybe here in the afternoon things will pick up.
I wonder who got short right there and is kicking themselves in the ass. I know somebody just did that. And they're like, you got to be kidding me.
Welcome to the halftime report center. This hour, the state of stocks with the S&P trying to extend its record high. More questions today about the fate of the so-called momentum trade, so we debate that with the committee. Joining me for the hour here, Post 9, Joe Terranova, Shannon Sakosha, Kerry Firestone. Check the markets here. Russell's up, Dow's up. Broadening continues today as the S&P, NASDAQ.
They have a good crew today.
Negative energy,
On
utilities,
a lunchtime.
financial materials among the strongest sectors today.
They have a good group.
Joe, the tale of this market, I think, is told in two stocks today, not so much on how they're trading on this day specifically, but the narrative around both of them. NVIDIA, target raised today to 1,100, top pick Bank of America, okay? Tesla downgraded to underweight at Wells. We're showing you the year-to-date returns from both of these stocks, which in a sense tell the like NVIDIA doing that have lost theirs, like Tesla, not so much. The question is, are we really seeing a trend change? Yes or no?
A trend change as it relates to momentum being the positive factor? Unequivocally,
I'm good, Matt.
no.
How are you,
not.
buddy?
So far,
why do you say it's so?
It's just a little boring today.
Well, sure. So far, year to date.
How about yourself?
Trend following non-discretionary funds, and you could go ask AQR, you could go ask Mulvaney Capital, you could go ask Dunn Capital. They're having their strongest start to the year since 2008. Momentum is a factor, is back. It is leading the market higher. If you do not have momentum, you will be punished, as is the case with Tesla. If you have momentum, in the case of NVIDIA right now, by the way, is literally the market. Where NVIDIA goes, the market is going to go. And NVIDIA in the last several days has had this handoff from fundamentals to technicals. I talked a little bit about this on Monday. Monday, NVIDIA got down to 841, last week's low. 834, you've got a gap down to 823. Guess what? It holds there. Momentum restarts. NVIDIA bounces. Market bounces. Here we are on Wednesday. NVIDIA a little bit weak, wobbling somewhat. Market down. So it's all about NVIDIA right now. It is all about the momentum factor. It's back. It's leading in terms of all other strategies.
But if NVIDIA stops going up in the way that it was going up before, that will then have an impact overall on the factor of momentum. You're saying it's the whole market.
It's the whole market.
But then how can you say unequivocally no that momentum isn't?
Because it's a near-term phenomenon, and it's not going to break the trend. It's not going to break the positive trend of momentum. Okay. Could it lead to a correction within the market? Absolutely. And it rightfully shows.
It's all good, man. It's easy to do.
And the rest of the semis
thing I would think about,
with it. Look at Lam Research, look at KLA.
If I could try to help you with that,
following along. But the larger context, we have a well-defined bullish trend.
Okay, so Shan, Wells Fargo.
Let me turn this down. If I could help you with that, Matt, try.
May have room to run, he says.
If it's giving it to you, I get that, you know what I mean, that you're getting scared.
Citi says, well, we find that investors are crowding into a
see, even if you can go to something cheaper,
concentration risks.
you know, trading Dollar General and stuff, You got to remember, like, if there's nothing there, let it go, and let it show you, like if it has the volume behind it, like, there's no reason to sell. I mean, you know, you could get pullbacks like you're getting today, obviously, but if the market's going higher, like the Dow, SPY, QS, IWM, like the overall markets, like semiconductors are going higher, banks, healthcare, technology, you know, you're going higher. You know, I think, you know, it all depends. I mean, I get it, because it's not yours until you take it. But, as long as you do what you wanted to do in the trade, you know? Like, how do I explain this? Like, let's say you put on a swing trade, and like you were like, I just want to look for a couple dollars of upside, and you know, you take profits, it pulls back, and you're getting back in again, and you're kind of just like, you keep buying in and out of the same contracts on the swing trade. You know, you buy low, sell high. Man, that's a big gap down. Oh, they have earnings coming up. Made small profit. Yeah, they had earnings last night. I forgot, or this morning. Try when you're doing a trade, to try and help you with trades like this. You're going to understand that there are going to be small pullbacks. Like, look at this support level right there, and look where that is. That's right where you know you had earnings, so it's a little bit different, right? You have to understand when you have earnings, things like technical analysis is, you can just throw it out the window, because if they report a really bad earnings and don't report what they should, you know, stock's going to collapse. But maybe doing like a Palantir, or like a Robinhood, or like a stock that's like $20, and practicing getting like targets hit. Like, first off, understanding the direction, understanding the markets, but then like practicing. Even if you do it, like, the reason I say to do it with like Robinhood and like stocks like these, it's a $17 stock. The option's going to be like, it's going to be chump change. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be like $10, $12, $13. And see if you can give yourself enough time, because it is speculation at the end of the day. But, you know, like right now, I would say, if I get a chance for Robinhood, like, this would be my trade idea. And I would practice this, and I would let it do what it needs to do to get there. If I were to buy Robinhood, right, like this morning, if I said I want to be a buyer down here on the daily 9 EMA, like this support level down here at $16, I understand that, like, as I'm breaking out through the high, I'm going to take a piece there, but I'm going to go like 6 months out, 10 months out. And or maybe I'll get like 6 months out. I want to try to take this to $19. Like, if that's what I think the stock's going to do, and practice doing that and staying in the trade, and you'll start to see that, like, you know, you'll start to get to the point where you'll find out where you're comfortable at, you know what I mean? But I don't know, like, I get it, dude, because I'm not, you know, I try to be perfect. Like yesterday I was a little slow on Tesla. But I want to start doing the same as, like, because it happens all the time. I say, like, this is where I think it'll go. This morning, I said Coinbase. I didn't get long because I felt like I couldn't pay $400, $600. It was like $600 for 170 calls. It was like 500, 400, I think. Yeah, see, $600 right now. I said the target was 270. I thought we could get there, and I had a lot of reasons why. But the point being is, like, maybe finding a way where cheap stocks to trade to see if you can get to those targets and practice holding. where you're not worried about whether it, you know, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, right? Not going in full position size, you know. It's just an idea, that's all. You know, that's what I used to do, is like, I would practice different things, and I'm like, how could I practice it? Because I don't care who you are, trading on a simulator is not the same as trading with real money and the things that happen in real life. People can try to say, like, you should be able to go from one to the other. Yeah, you're right. You should be able to, but chances are you're not. You're not going to. You know, and you get those breakout days. It's like, it's not the same. So don't treat it as the same. You know what I mean? So the way to get good at doing things is practice, right? Practice, and that's what I try to do sometimes. Is like, what can I do to help me? Like, even if I've had like a bad day or two, right? Where I've just like completely fucked up the trade, and how do I get myself back on track? I'm going to go find something, and I'm just going to get green. Like, I don't care how little it is. I'm going to get back on just to get myself back in the seat and get my confidence back. You know what I mean? So I'm not like, you know, I don't know. There's always something to work on, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say. There's some ways to go about the market to get better, right? We're trying to get better at trading, and the only way to do it is to play the game. So how can you play the game without hurting yourself? There are these cheaper stocks, you know. Not that Dollar General was crazy expensive, and I think you buy the shares. I don't know if you trade options, but if you do trade options, it's an idea. Or if you're buying stock, like, you know, practice with those cheaper shares, and, you know, come up with a plan and see if you can stick to it.
Stocks that have the profitability and have strong balance sheets. This is different than 2021. We're not seeing trends developing in non-profitable companies.
I'm glad you
and
say
small
that,
caps.
because when I was trying to figure out how I wanted to take this segment, I looked and say, well,
right, it's not
if
the
we're
same.
talking about
I don't care
momentum,
how.
And in some respects,
Like, because I can sit here
ARKK.
and say all day long, I don't even need to paper trade. I can sit here all day long and say Coinbase is going to 170. Does that mean that I could sit there and buy at this dotted line and sell at 270? You know, I have to physically just like do it, right? It could be stressful. Like, today might be easy, but there's just days where the market will chop you out of it. It'll just make you try to make you look like a fool. You know? Yesterday was a good example of a day that would have went really well if I could have just been a little bit quicker on my order with Tesla. That trade worked out. Some days they're not going to work out like that. But yeah, man, that's like that's pretty much like that's the same as paper trading. Sitting there saying that like this, I want to do this, and this. It's the same. Okay, well, when you go to do it, let's see what happens in real time. And what are the adjustments you're not accounting for that you may have to make during that trade, right? The easiest thing to do is, you know, saying to yourself, like, if I wanted to be long Coinbase today and I did break through 260, which was the plan, I would say, am I below 260? Did I lose volume? Like, did volume fall off? Is there a catalyst? And even having a sticky note reminding yourself of these things, right? Like, okay, where's the volume? We got an increase in volume on the break. We're getting a look at the low volume pullback, right? I still don't think that this is a good buying opportunity. I think this thing pops and then possibly fades. All right, that's just my opinion. I think you get a pop and then it fades, but or it pulls back again the VWAP and double bottom at VWAP, then that would make me consider the long. Right. So how do you adjust on the fly? And it's how you handle it. So the way to do that is to like buy cheap ass stocks, buy cheap options, and practice game plans, right? And watching the market and how the market, like the overall markets, the SPY and stuff, remembering those things. And then, like, what does the market do, or like the stock, what does the stock do in that trade that tries to trip you up? You have hardly any money in the deal. It's not going to make or break you whether you win or lose. So, and you're doing it to say, look, like, this is my game plan. I'm going to buy here, and we get to here, here, and here. I'm going to sell there, there, and there. I'm going to buy here when we get there. And then, like, again, buying cheap shares. Like, I don't like Robinhood, Ford, something. You see, you want something with some volatility. So I wouldn't say Ford. You know what I mean? But those are ways that we could practice without doing ourselves a disservice of, like, thinking that we can just, or, people, thinking that they can just paper trade. Now, if you have no concept of trading, I agree. You know what I mean? You should definitely, like, paper trade. What I did was I bought shares. I just started a long-term portfolio, and then I kind of just, like, I sold options first. Because I know it's a little, at first it can, like, you're trying to wrap your head on the idea of how everything works, and it's a little tricky. But if you don't know, it is a good starting point, but you don't think that it's going to be reliable. I think the only way to do it is to be able to do it, and the way to do it is to find a way that's not going to hurt you, and that's to buy really cheap stocks with a little bit of volatility. And again, that's just my opinion, because there are some stocks out there that cost $4 or $5, $6 that move around, and in 2023, if you can't buy 4 or 5 of those shares, you shouldn't even be trading in the first place, I think. So, I was looking for the bottom of that range. I had to go back to the daily chart. I think you have to watch for a bounce. It could be. Obviously, it could be. I mean, this thing just makes moves left and right. So, I think you have a lot of support in here. I wouldn't short it because, you're going to get, you have a gap fill here at 179. And that's probably where it's going. Right here. There's this little area here where you had a gap up. It's very small. Like, that's a gap there, technically, on the daily chart. I know there was another gap here. There's a gap right here. There's a gap right there. We already filled. Okay, so we already filled this gap. See, we already filled the gaps, because this was the gap right there that I was talking about. I mean, if I had to play this, it would have to be to the short side, but I think it's over with. Like, they've already, like, I think the trade has already happened. You're going to come into some support here at, like, 180, 179, 180. Like, right, pretty much where that gap is. Is that 180? You could. Actually, you know what? You could. That's $3, $4. You just have to remember how far you are below, the 90 MA. Like, you're pretty much shorting the low. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how far you are. You want to wait for that bounce back and then get short on the bounce back. But she could just keep falling out of bed. I don't think she will, though. I think no trade. That's honestly what I think. And this is, I forget what I had these there for, because this was the area I was trying to get it into. Maybe, yeah, it did bounce in there. And, like, look, the volume's pulling back. You can see you got a lot of buyers down here. I would be careful. Look at the volume, like, even today.
I don't know. I'm not fooling with Boeing right now. I think really that's the only way you can play Boeing is to the short side, but it's, it's kind of already made its move.
Momentum name in this, okay? Obviously one of the best S&P stocks over the last year. It's up more than 130%. It's the best healthcare stock over the last year. They had some news today on their direct-to-consumer site in which they're going to partner with the Amazon's pharmacy. You own Lilly. This another one is people talk about in the same light in its own industry as an NVIDIA. Well, they're dominating everything. The stock's going to continue to go up. You've heard all those calls.
The stock trades like a biotech. My belief is that it is on a journey towards a $1 trillion market cap. I do believe, as I said the other day, it's going to sit in a little bit of traffic in the interim. I don't think it's going to get there as quickly as some of the other semiconductor names have. I think the stock might be vulnerable to a little bit of a pause. It doesn't mean you step away from owning this company. It just means you set the expectation and understand the overall environment. Remember, this is a healthcare stock. This is not a stock that is involved in generative AI.
No, but I keep hearing, Kerry, pretty bullish sentiment around healthcare these days, around other areas of the market. If you say, well, the market's broadening, look at healthcare.
Correct.
For example.
It's up 8%.
Look what it's done. It's up 8% year to date. Believer in it? It's your space.
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of opportunities in healthcare. And with regard to Lilly and specifically the whole obesity and GLP-1 world, there are at least 24 drugs in clinical trials right now, in human trials, not preclinical trials, using some form of GLP-1, GIP, varieties, conjugates that will address the obesity market. So there's going to be more competition. What Lilly has done, which we talked about a month ago, is preempt the market. When they said we're not using distributors, and I said I think this is about bringing the price down so it's more affordable, they already understood that lots of companies and organizations that self-insure cannot pay for their employees to be on these drugs forever or for long periods of time. So they're saying, we want to take control. Amazon is going to be our partner in this. I think it's very smart, but there will definitely be competition, more competition.
Would you buy a stock like Lilly today?
No, not right now, no. No,
because it's gone up too much?
Because of the competition. I think there's a fair amount of Alzheimer's valuation in the stock, and I question whether their Alzheimer's drug will be what people are expecting.
I'm not one of those people that are overly excited about healthcare. The exposure that we have to healthcare is actually at underweight.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at incorporating technology into healthcare, there's two names you could own. Viva Systems, you know Viva Systems well, which is involving software into healthcare space, and then ticker symbol ICLR, that's managing the pharmaceutical studies, both names performing remarkably well. But I don't share this grand enthusiasm for healthcare that others do. I think there's a little bit of a struggle there for the sector relative to other sectors.
Well, can I just say one thing? Healthcare has become, I would say, in the news and in the vogue because this GLP revolution shows that healthcare is still kicking and alive. And it's not the dead, moribund sector of the S&P that nobody has cared about for the last several years. It's starting to pick up the pace, and it should.
In some respects, the GLP-1 has done for healthcare stocks what AI has done for chips.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
We're looking for the real winners. We know it's a competitive space, but there's going to be more than one NVIDIA, and there's going to be more than one Lilly. There already is, and on the other side of NVIDIA, there already is also.
Correct. But it's spotlighting and amplifying the demographic trends.
Energy's killing it today. And gold.
Healthcare. There's a lot of demographic trends that are headwinds.
Look
for
at
other sectors.
GDX.
If you think about the use of AI, for instance, there's a lot of applicability even within healthcare in terms of the efficiency that can be garnered.
Let me get to Contessa Brewer now for a news alert. Contessa, what do we know?
Been under attack
Look at
for
that.
providing an appeal bond to Donald Trump in the E. Jean Carroll defamation suit. CNBC has obtained a letter sent by Chubb CEO Evan Greenberg that's going out today to concerned investors about the surety that the insurer issued to Trump. Greenberg says in this letter that the appeal bond provides Carroll with the certainty of getting paid if the appeals court sides with her in Donald Trump's appeal of the verdict. Chubb would also pay if Trump failed to pay her. Chubb would then be made whole, it says, by collateral put up for bond. Now, Greenberg says this case is polarizing and emotional, but that the insurer felt it was the right thing to do. Look, there has been a lot of public backlash against Chubb, some calling into question Chubb's ties to Russia. The company today emphasized to me that the insurer ended its business there when Ukraine was invaded. Some criticism has come in questioning Greenberg's seat on a Trump advisory panel on trade. But by the way, he also served under the Biden administration until March of last year. But it is highly unusual for the CEO of a company of this size to send out a letter to investors, sort of addressing the political and polarizing nature of these concerns. Scott.
Interesting, Contessa. Thanks for the update, Contessa Brewer, who follows the insurers, as you know, for us here at CNBC. Up next, committee member Bill Baruch. He joins us. He has some moves that we want to go through with him and his portfolio. He's going to call in next, tell us what he's buying and selling. We'll do it after this break.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
I'm going with a GDX, guys. I'm looking at a 32 GDX for next week. I'd like to try and get that. Even though it's already rallied a lot, it feels like I'm getting played here. I don't know. I think I'm getting played. Fuck. I knew I should have took this a lot sooner. If I enter this, I'll let you guys know.
Or download the app.
Welcome back. We have a trade alert from Bill Baruch. He joins us now on the phone to run through some of these moves in his portfolio. Thank you for calling in to tell us that you sold ARM Holdings. Tell me more.
Yes, we sold this on Friday and early morning, and the thing was this lockup period, which ended yesterday. It gave us some fear that we could see a little bit of just profit taking or selling. I mean, if you look at the very concentrated holdings. On top of that, we looked at they've been lacking a comment on full year 2026 guidance. So maybe this meme has gotten a little ahead of itself. We bought it at a really good level and just capturing a nice gain on it here in the near term.
Okay, so you got a nice one there because we've been talking a lot about chips. I know you're on your way to the airport, and I don't know if you heard our conversation with Christina Partsinevelos, but this space seems to be hotly debated right now as to whether the gains that have been already gotten are take your money and run in some of these names, and you certainly seem to be doing that in a name like ARM.
Yeah, I'm not quite at the bit of rotating out of tech and out of chips entirely. ARM was a smaller holding for us, and capitalizing on the gain in the near term with some risks in that specific concentrated name, I think was a good reason to cut it here. But if you look at our portfolio broadly, we're still about 50% tech, and NVIDIA is our number 2 holding, Amazon, NVIDIA, and then Alphabet below there. But what I'm doing is quietly rotating underneath the waters here and being able to get myself in a good position, whether if it becomes time to raise more significant cash from tech a week from now or a year from now, I'm in a rotated position here where it becomes more simple because you can't manage risk all at once. And that's what I'm trying to do here for myself.
Okay, you bought more Southern Copper. Tell me about that.
Yes, Southern Copper is actually breaking out today. This is a tremendous move. It's been a good-sized holding. We added in January as well, increased that position then. So this is another add for us after confirmation of the breakout. China has decided to cut their production of copper. The smelters have. So the refined product is going to be less supply. And the reason they're doing that is because of not enough supply of the raw material. So it's trickling through the system. Copper started elevating last week on these rumors. And what I really enjoyed seeing today from the price of copper itself is this was not a buy the rumors, sell the news. We actually broke out and got follow through in copper. So if you want a pure play on copper when it comes to an equity, it's Southern Copper. I think they're the best pure play on copper. Their free cash flow is very elevated. Though down from its peak, it's more than doubled since 2019, and they're calling for free cash flow to pick up another 10% as you look out to 2025 and 2026. So I really like the name, and it's probably one of the best run mining companies in the entire space.
And then you bought Phillips 66.
Yes, yeah. Marathon Petroleum has hung around our top 10 for a while, and I also run a portfolio of only 10 names, and Marathon Petroleum is in that portfolio as well. It's been there for more than a year since I launched it, but I want to diversify a little bit in the refining space. Phillips 66 is breaking out as well today, so this is a little bit of a starter position that I would want to increase. It gives me a little more diversification within refining. Refining margins, though off the peak of 2022, they're still pretty elevated. And if you look at it from a commodity perspective, if the Fed is going to be cutting rates later this year, it's going to help be a tailwind to commodities. Additionally, lower rates are going to be a big help in the financing within this energy space as well. So I really like where Phillips 66 is set up for continued gains, not just chasing momentum here.
All right. I thank you for calling in. Safe travels. I know you're coming our way. I think we'll see you tomorrow here on the set, too. So that's Bill Baruch calling in. Let's do this. I got something coming up in a moment, but I need another minute on that. What do you guys want to do? You want to get the headlines? Let's do that with Bertha Coombs. Bertha?
All right, Scott, here we go. Hunter Biden has declined the invitation from House Republicans to appear at a public hearing next week. In a letter to the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, his attorney calls the hearing, quote, a carnival sideshow. The president's son testified last month in a closed-door deposition for the impeachment inquiry. Prosecutors rested their case this morning in the criminal trial of James Crumbley, whose teenage son killed 4 people in a 2021 school shooting in Michigan. They argued that Crumbley was partially responsible for the killing for having ignored his son's mental health issues and allowing the teen access to firearms. Closing arguments are expected to start later this afternoon. And a new team of U.S. Marines is headed to Haiti to help protect the American embassy following months of rising unrest and gang violence. The U.S. military says the Marines will help maintain security as Haiti's prime minister resigns and the country sets up a transitional council. The embassy is still open despite the violence, but only for limited operations. Halftime is back after this.
We are back with a story new at noon and some new developments now in the ongoing proxy battle between Disney and Trian, of course, with Nelson Peltz. The news today, earlier today anyway, that David Faber brought us exclusively was that JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon had come out publicly, which was rare in and of itself, but that he had come out publicly in support of Disney's Bob Iger in that proxy fight. Well, Trian is now responding. We do have an exclusive statement from Nelson Peltz's Trian in which they say the following, quote, Disney appears to be leaning on its well-compensated investment bankers and commercial partners for public endorsements when this campaign should be focused not on how bankers and vendors feel about Mr. Iger, but on how shareholders can ensure good governance and oversight from the board. Goes on to say JP Morgan appears to be prioritizing its commercial relationship with Disney's management over its responsibilities to Disney and its shareholders, including JP Morgan's own asset management clients. So this has already gotten personal, as you know, in the days leading up to today, maybe taking a little bit of a harder turn with Mr. Dimon coming out in support of Mr. Iger. Now you have Trian responding. Remember, Trian wants 2 board seats at Disney, including one for Mr. Peltz, and all of this coming to a head on April 3rd at the shareholder meeting. You guys don't own the stock, but this is going to remain interesting right up until the 3rd to see if Trian can actually win this vote and get 2 seats, one for Mr. Peltz himself and Jay Rasulo.
No, absolutely. This is by far the most compelling and interesting business story we have in front of us. I read through the Restoring the Magic, it's 100+ pages, and a lot of what Nelson Peltz is saying in there makes a lot of sense. Look, Disney already has a partner right now with A&E, so why not a partner for its other television channels? It's absolutely going to need it. Look at what Netflix is doing this summer. Look at what's being done with Apple in baseball and Amazon and football. Disney needs a partner. It's real. It's understandable. So there's a valued argument that he is making, a very valid one. And I just wish they would come together, because I think together the effort would be much stronger and ultimately produce the outcomes that's best for the shareholders.
How do you do this?
Yeah, well, I think he deserves a seat on the board. And everything that Nelson Peltz has been saying is correct. I mean, this is a company that has to find its way in the media world that has changed so dramatically since Bob Iger ran it the last time. It's not that many years, but this is an entirely new landscape. And just the fact that they're trying desperately to come up with this new streaming platform, it's very, very complicated. They own pieces of this and that, and, you know, having a little more help isn't a bad idea.
I know Disney's argument obviously is we don't need the help.
Yeah.
You know, we're on the right track. I know you're skeptical of that clearly, but they would say, look, the stock is up now 25% year to date. We've made these, you know, Mr. Iger's made these changes. He's announced these new initiatives, these restructuring of the company, if you will, and we're on the right path. We don't need the distraction to where others who own the stock, you know, you don't, but others who have sat on this desk say, what's the big deal?
Wait a second.
You know,
so I've owned the stock in the past. The stock was a $200 stock 3 years ago. I would rather buy this stock at $150 with some synergy and some cooperation between Mr. Peltz and Disney's board and Bob Iger than to buy the stock here at $112 with the Disney board and Bob Iger saying, thanks, but no thanks.
Well, that's why it can be misleading to look at the year-to-date move in the stock. But a former shareholder like you looks at the, you know, decline of the share price, which someone like Nelson Peltz would argue coincides with the decline of the company, and thus you need me and another person on the board to help fix things. I may not be, you know, I'm no media executive, but I don't need to be a media executive to help you get the train back on the track for a longer period of time.
Especially in an environment where we see traditional media is challenged and it's changing. You have to acknowledge that. You have to be open to new initiatives, creative ideas to reshape it.
All right, well, we'll keep our eye on this story, obviously. It's going to come to a head in a couple of weeks, but it takes yet another interesting turn at this moment on our program. We'll be right back with Mike Santoli and his Midday Word. senior markets commentator. Mike Santoli is here with his midday word. Okay, we don't need tech. We don't need tech when you got materials, energy, and industrials and some of these other places that are working today.
Yeah, and it's a matter of, the market is really just working around the edges here tactically and not really making any grand statements or bets based on the relevant stuff. Because the fundamentals, I think there's broad agreement about it, and it's a lot of the sort of tactical jockeying, and we've been keep talking about the momentum or anti-momentum trade. It's all worked pretty well. Now, what you can observe is there are some broader conditions like the rekindling of a lot of the speculative stuff, and call option volumes are through the roof, and NVIDIA trades an insane amount of notional volume every day for no particular reason except that it's there. So you could look at that. You could look at the weekly investment advisor bull-bear ratio, which is basically at as high as it gets. In other words, sentiment is, professionally anyway, is up there. On the other hand, when that happens and the market's locked into one of these uptrends, it kind of doesn't matter because it can continue on for a while, and it's impossible to make a top argument out of those things. So I think that's where we are. I'm susceptible to the idea that the bond market might grab onto something to react to, whether it's in PPI or the Fed next week. But so far we haven't. I just feel like that range in yields has been fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard our conversation at the top of the program regarding quality and momentum in these two factors that continue to work extraordinarily well. It's why the gentleman sitting to my left, whose ETF capitalizes on both, is doing well as both of those ETFs that singularly follow them are doing well.
Yeah, and it's really the overlap between those two that's kind of what we're capturing. For a long time, quality was the defense in this market, and now it's not as much of a defensive market, but there's not a reason to really kind of punish for quality because you still have the earnings growth there. So I don't know. I feel like the more we end up talking about kind of factor warfare and which particular indexes seem like they are the trade of the moment, maybe the farther we get away from what actually is going to matter longer term. But right now, that's what we have.
Yeah. All right, good stuff. I'll see you on closing bell. That's Mike Santoli. Up next, our calls of the day. We do have bullish analyst activity today on Regeneron, Darden, and Nucor. We got the debate, we got the trades, and we got it all coming up after this break. start with Regeneron. Joe, we're going to hit you on this. Price target goes to $1,115 at Morgan Stanley. They're still overweight. They bring their estimates up, and they find numerous catalysts ahead to get there.
Yeah, and it's not just Morgan Stanley. It's UBS, it's Oppenheimer, it's BMO. They're all upgrading the stock, raising estimates on stock. Stock has performed remarkably well. Their optical drug, Eylea, has done phenomenal. But this is really a gross margin, free cash flow generation story, the likes of which you cannot find large cap biopharma.
Thermo Fisher is named as a company likely to benefit from growth of GLP-1, according to Goldman Sachs. Carrie, this is your stock.
Yes.
Top 10 position for you.
Exactly. So Thermo is one of these stocks that had an enormous COVID because of all the testing for COVID drugs. And then they had the withdrawal after that when the stock really kind of hit the skids. And now it's coming back, and it's revitalized in part because of GLP-1, but because of many drugs. And this is an industry that's really coming back, and there's a lot of innovation happening, and they participate in all of that from the beginning preclinical all the way through clinical trials. And it could break out and hit a new high.
Okay, let's do Darden, which was reiterated overweight at Morgan Stanley, and that is ahead of earnings next week. Price target they keep at 184. They do bring their estimates up slightly, Joe.
So this is a resilient consumer spending story more than anything else. And consumer discretionary, it's not obviously my favorite name for dining. Chipotle remains the favorite name, and we maintain that position. We have this position as well. Reached into it a little bit high last July, so now with it at all-time highs, which is where we kind of got into it, we're break even on it. This is Longhorn Steak, this is Olive Garden, and for a Sicilian that loves Italian food, I'm not going to Olive Garden. I'm going to Premola or Bamonte's, living in New York.
Okay, good stuff. I like both of those spots. Glad you bring them up. Nucor and Steel Dynamics, both getting talked about on the street today by Citi. These are yours too. So Nucor price target goes to 240 from 180. They upgrade to buy from neutral. Steel Dynamics, the price target goes to 160 from 130. They reiterate a buy there. By the way, you see what's happening with U.S. Steel? Right now, stock's down by more than 7%.
So Bill Baruch did a really good job talking before about the commodity space, talking about copper. The commodity space, I like what copper's doing recently. Copper looks very attractive, but these steel names have been attractive already. And Steel Dynamics is a remarkable story because it's really domestically oriented. All of its revenue, 100% is derived in the U.S., a very qualitative company. This is a company that you look at the balance sheet, it's remarkably strong. Nucor, to a lesser extent, I would say the ownership that we have of Nucor is more momentum-oriented than it is quality-oriented. But commodities themselves are beginning to percolate a little bit.
We're also hearing of some, negative commentary from the president regarding the proposed Nippon purchase of U.S. Steel, which could be for the reason why. Let's show an intraday of U.S. Steel, guys, if we could throw that up. There's the drop we're talking about. That's about 7%. As somebody's sending me a note here that the president was making some negative commentary about that, which he was expected to do today. So we're going to follow that. You don't own this one, though.
No, we don't own this one. I'm not surprised by these remarks. I think everyone had expected this. Jimmy Lebendahl did a great job forecasting that this would happen.
Okay, so we're going to continue to watch that story, see what the fallout is politically for certain. Final trades are next.
Mining Insurance.
Minutes.
We have some more now on this news that appears to be driving shares of U.S. Steel sharply lower in the session. You can see that stock is down by more than 8%. It's not something that President Biden has said today, but it is something that he plans to express in a statement in the weeks ahead. This report is coming from the FT, which says that President Biden plans to express serious concerns over Nippon's proposed purchase of U.S. Steel, that a statement has already been drafted, and that the White House has privately informed the Japanese government of the president's decision. This is going to happen. The statement will apparently be made ahead of the Japanese Prime Minister visiting the White House for a state visit on April the 18th. So as that news gets out today, you can see the obvious reaction because the ramifications that it may have for the future of that deal. So we'll follow that. I'll see you on Closing Bell. Josh Brown, Dan Greenhouse, Ayako Yoshioka, Ed Yardeni. Give me a name, final trade.
Sherwin-Williams.
Reese.
Valero.
Okay. That does it for us. Follow the market here. S&P trying to extend that record high. I'll see you on Closing Bell. The exchange is next.
And welcome to the exchange, everybody. I am Brian Sullivan, in for Kelly once again. Here's what's ahead. Stocks largely unable to keep yesterday's big momentum going. The Dow, the only major average in the green. Meantime, yields, they're on the rise ahead of tomorrow's inflation and retail sales data. Prices on the move, oil anyway, higher as Ukraine blows up 2 Russian refineries. Dan Yergin says energy security is back, but it will come with costs, and he's here. Plus, the TikTok on TikTok. The House passing a bill to force a sale or even ban of TikTok. The Senate will take up the measure next. We're going to get to all that and more across the hour, but we begin with today's market action. And as we said, we're not seeing any major follow through. The Dow up 134. We're seeing the S&P, we'll call it unchanged because we want to be generous on a Wednesday, and the NASDAQ is down about 0.3%. But again, the Dow is in the green. Kind of all eyes on Boeing. That's really been, I guess, in a bad way, the stock of the year. NVIDIA, sort of the inverse NVIDIA, if you will. And so Boeing down a touch, but not losing what it lost yesterday. By the way, the S&P 500 finishing at yet another record high yesterday. And if you're counting at home, that makes 17 record highs in 2024. The index on pace for the most record closes in a first quarter since all the way back in 1998. Could we call that random but interesting? Who knows? Anyway, inflation proving stickier than markets, and perhaps Jay Powell himself thought, given the pivot back in November. So will the Fed keep a lid on that bullish momentum for the rest of the year? Joining us now to discuss is Sri Kumar, president at Sri Kumar Global Strategies, and Margie Patel, senior portfolio manager of multi-asset solutions at Allspring Global Investments. I can't think of two better people to have on. It's good to see you both in the daylight hours. Sri, I'm going to start with you because I think as much as anybody out there, you have been correct in anticipating where yields are going to go, what the Fed is going to do. And let me ask you this. Is there a chance that we will see exactly 0 rate cuts this year?
First of all, good to be with you again, Brian. Always a pleasure to be with you. And I think there is a chance we may not have a rate cut, not even in June, but the rest of the year, unless something else happens. It is not because of inflation coming down, but with interest rates having stayed so high for so long, something breaks in the system. You have another major banking crisis. The commercial real estate issues just break out. As we all know, when that happens, the Federal Reserve gives up on its inflation mandate, it gives up on employment mandate, and it becomes a cheerleader for the stock market. That requires it to ease, then it will ease. And that's the only reason I see easing taking place, Brian.
Margie, would you agree? I mean, listen, there's always a chance at everything, but is there a 1% chance that we will get maybe 1 or even 0 rate cuts this year? How do you see it?
I think it's possible. The feeling has gone from 3 cuts to 2 cuts to now this whole uncertainty that maybe, in fact, we might not have any. I think the Fed's kind of in a box because the inflation rate has not come down according to their playbook, and they're a little flummoxed. I think they want to be careful by keeping rates too high and hurting the economy. We've had unemployment tick up a little bit, but on the other hand, with inflation not doing what they thought it should do, I think they're probably reluctant to cut, and maybe they'd like to keep rates here so that if there's a disaster, as Shri's referring to, they can come to the rescue and cut rates and save us.
Yeah, and Shri, we got the CPI, and there's a lot of dithering about inflation. How much is actually just housing and nothing else? I get that. What are you looking at? CPI is a big deal. PPI is a big deal. Things like the PCE and all these wonky things. What are the 1 or 2 most important things to Shri?
There's a couple of important things. Number one, Brian, we have had a massive expansion in the Fed's balance sheet, keeping 0 interest rates for a lot longer than necessary. So when you do that, inflation is going to break out. What is different may be whether it breaks out in goods or services. That's what we have been the case. It is more likely that will happen, that the inflation will go away.
Got it. You froze there for a second. I kind of got a little bit jumpy, but guys, sit tight. Shri and Margie, we're going to come back to you. We got to go to Rick Santelli, though, in Chicago, who gave yesterday's 10-year auction a C-. We got 30 years today, Professor. How are you grading this one?
Wow, what a difference a day makes in 20 years. We have a 29-year, 11-month security, 30-year bonds reopened from last month. The grade, Sully, A-. The yield at $22 billion offering by the Treasury and the longest maturity that we offer, 4.331. It was a lower yield than the one issued market. Lower yield equal higher price. The government's the seller. That's a good thing. If we look at the dynamics, other than pricing, which was a major positive for the grade, 2.47 bid to cover. That's the best since June of last year. Indirects was above average at 69.3. The only thing that was a smidge light was direct bidders, and that wasn't bad. The dealers take down 13.9, smack on top of the 14% 10 auction average. This really was a very, very good auction, and it really is a bit counterintuitive. We've had a lot of very iffy auctions, and today, as yields rise and prices fall, the community investors stepped up, and maybe it was for exactly that reason, because of course the way prices have been moving a bit lower, maybe they took advantage of that. But in the grand scheme of things, Sully, as your guests seem to be pointing out, yields really are on the rise. And yesterday's CPI, well, all I can say is I don't know what planet so many of the analysts and economists were coming from, talking about how it really didn't seem like it was very warm. I think the notion of inflation coming down to meet their target isn't going to happen. Maybe their preferred inflation gauge, the PCE, those are much lower than CPI. We'll see how PPI and the wholesale level runs tomorrow. But no matter how you slice it, the argument that inflation is falling, well, there's a lot of debate as to how much more it needs to fall versus how much more it will fall. And both those is a timeline issue with respect to how the Fed and the committee and the dot plots are going to move next week when they have all the data in hand. Back to you, Sully.
What was the hottest thing about it? How much is housing? I mean, there's been people that have said it's all housing. There's nothing else.
You know, and yeah, the whole shelter thing in CPI, as confusing as it might be, there definitely is an issue there. And many of the experts say it's coming down, but coming down slowly in terms of shelter. What I would say is, yes, I understand that, but there's a lot of other sticky aspects within the entire process of the U.S. economy. I think the biggest plus that the Federal Reserve has with regard to looking for less inflation is the deglobalization that seems to be going on, and some of the forces like what's happening in China. They could put on a good face. They could say they're looking for 5% growth, but many of us don't believe those numbers. Those numbers are probably a little juicy, and I think that China in particular and many of the economies that aren't doing as well as the U.S. might be exporting us lower prices. But in the grand scheme of things, the biggest risk we have on inflation, in my opinion, is government policy, spending directly and indirectly, and of course, debt and deficits are going to continue to matter.
Rick Santelli, thank you very much. Getting an A-. All right, let's go back to Sri Kumar and Margie Patel. Margie, you just heard Rick, a solid auction. You know, rates are going up. What does that mean for equities? If rates stay here or even move higher, is that bad news for stocks?
I think really rates at this level is just background noise for equities. I think equities are going to do better. Actually, as far as the 30-year doing surprisingly well, I think it's really the fact that out there in the world, in spite of concerns about higher interest rates, on the buy side, there's a tremendous lack of long duration, long maturity, very high quality bonds. So it may seem just the opposite of what we would expect, but I would say there are many investors globally would like to have that long 30-year duration type bond in their portfolio, absolute safe quality. And that's why you see the rest of the curve being a little bit higher than you'd think, and the 30-year doing very well because of that supply dynamic in that case.
Yeah, Sri, would you agree with all that?
I would say somewhat differently, Brian. I would say that today what you have is a bifurcated market. Equities which are doing very well because equity holders don't seriously believe the Fed is going to be tough on them. They expect interest rates to be cut. They are preparing for it. This is in addition to all the benefit they get from productivity increases due to AI and related developments. The bondholders, on the other hand, are much more circumspect. And they are worried, which is why you have yields gently moving up, even as the auction was very good, as Rick said. This all reminds me of the final quarter of 2007, when the S&P 500 index hit a record high in October of 2007, but the bond market was reflecting danger signals, and we saw that the bond market was correct in 2008. Equities were wrong.
Yeah, well, that's because, Sri, you know, the bond market, the credit people say they're smarter than the equity people. Margie, listen, it's a Wednesday. We're getting through the week here. It's a beautiful day, 70 degrees in New York City in mid-March. Leave us with some optimism. Give us one or two names that even in this environment you think will work.
Well, I think Broadcom is going to continue to be a very good performer. It's trading at a pretty reasonable level considering the growth it'll have. It has they're in the right part of the semiconductor markets, and they have a history of making attractive value-added acquisitions. And unlike a lot of tech stocks, they actually have a history of a rising dividend yield. It's really pretty competitive with a lot of equities, priced reasonably for the growth. So I think that's a great stock. In the healthcare space, which is coming a little bit more into favor, I think McKesson will be an outperformer. It's a distributor of products to the healthcare industry, to biotech pharma. And we've had a little bit of a lull in funding, so we haven't had quite the demand for some of those products. But I think with the pressure on improving supply lines, improving their operations, and their incredible amount of data that they have, information they have for their customers, so they're going to continue to be an outperformer.
Margie Patel, Sri Kumar, great to have you on The Exchange. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime, we got the latest read on the housing market with mortgage applications this morning, as well as refi data. Diana Olick has the details. Diana, is anybody buying a home these days?
Apparently more people than we think, Brian. Look, mortgage rates swung slightly lower last week, fueling a significant jump in mortgage demand for the second straight week. The average on the 30-year fix dropped last week to 6.84% from 7.02, crossing that 7 line. And that's for loans with 20% down. That after the monthly employment report last Friday showed some weakness and a big downward revision to prior month. Now, as a result, applications to refinance a home loan, which are most sensitive to those weekly rate moves, rose 12% for the week and were 5% higher than the same week a year ago. Now, most of this would likely be people who took out a mortgage in the last year or two when rates moved up, so not a lot of people. Applications for a mortgage to purchase a home rose 5% for the week, but were still 11% lower than a year ago. Home buyers are up against more than just high interest rates. They're looking at sky-high home prices and a still lean supply of houses for sale. More inventory is coming onto the market with the spring season, but it is still not enough to meet the demand, especially for the smaller starter homes. Now, mortgage rates moved slightly higher yesterday after the CPI report came in a little hotter than expected, but they didn't have the kind of major jump that we've seen on similar reports in the past, and that's likely because the market already expects some rate cuts later this year. Brian?
Well, you just heard, Diana, maybe we don't get any rate cuts.
Well, then you better tell the mortgage market that, because they didn't move that much after CPI, because they are expecting rates should come down, not by a lot, but a little.
Diana Olick on real estate, as always. Thank you very much. By the way, homebuilder Lennar hitting a new all-time high today, and Lennar, despite rates moving up, is up 70% over the past year. And the aforeseen Diana Olick has an exclusive interview with Executive Chair and co-CEO Stuart Miller following earnings after the bell. That is tonight on Fast Money at 5 p.m. Eastern. All right, coming up, natural gas prices have collapsed from their recent high, but your next guest says you can't have an energy transition without energy security. The great Dan Yergin will join us with his prediction for all of it coming up. Plus, Congress taking the first step toward a TikTok ban, and now the bill's fate in the hands of the Senate and the president. We'll look at really what's at stake and hear from one cybersecurity expert who says the real risk goes far beyond social media. You're going to want to hear why. Stick coming around.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
All right, let's get a quick check on your markets. The Dow is it's positive, not a lot, but it is in the green. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are in the red as well, following that 30-year auction. Had been down 0.75% at the lows on the NASDAQ, but turning around just a little bit. All right, elsewhere, OPEC weighing in on climate policy today, saying, quote, a strong focus on oil security will be critical throughout the clean energy transition, end quote, something your next guest has been very vocal about and says that security has already returned, but more needs to be done. Joining us now is Mr. Dan Yergin. He is vice chairman of S&P Global. Dan, I think you have a conference coming up like all of next week. I heard that I might be there. I mean, I cannot wait.
There's a rumor, Brian, that you will be here. And frankly, I can't imagine doing CERAWeek without you being here. So we will welcome you warmly.
I can. As long as United and Boeing get me there safely, I will be there, Dan Yergin. It's going to be a huge week. By the way, our guest lineup is off the hook, best ever. So really looking forward to next week, next Monday and Tuesday. Energy security is one of the macro themes of the conference this year. And but energy security can mean different things to different people. No one knows more than you. What does energy security globally and domestically mean to Dan Yergin?
Well, in a very simple phrase, it means affordable and reliable supplies. And it applies to oil, and it applies to gas, and it applies to electricity. And we see it all across the board. I think during the pandemic, prices plummeted, as you know, demand went down, and kind of energy security fell off the table. But it's back on the table, not only because of the Ukraine war, not only because of the Red Sea, but also because of what inflation, what supply chain disruptions have done. And it's a big issue, a very big issue for the developing world as well as the developed world.
Yeah, you know, OPEC chiming in on it today as well, sort of talking about a world without OPEC and energy security. And they're even talking about the energy transition. But of course, they're OPEC. So they're going to be more bullish than most, probably than all, on oil and gas down the line. Are you surprised that OPEC is chiming in on this issue?
Well, not surprised. I mean, it's striking to see that the gap between OPEC and the International Energy Agency on their estimates of demand growth, and I think that obviously reflects the different points of view between those two organizations. But I think, you know, energy security, you travel around the world. I mean, the Japanese are really concerned about it. And it's really striking. I said it's electricity. There's Germany very committed to the energy transition, and it's announcing that it's going to spend $17 billion to build natural gas-fired electric generating plants in order not to run out of electricity. Britain has just announced the same thing. And I think, Brian, when you get here, you will find that one of the big themes at CERAWeek this year is how do we have enough electricity to meet the demands of AI, of digital, of data centers, and so forth. And that wasn't on the agenda 2 or 3 years ago. But it now really, energy security is the reliability of the electric power system as well.
Well, I honestly, Dan, when I look at the numbers, and you tell me, please, if you're wrong, I could, by the way, the grid operator, this is not me, the grid operator for the mid-Atlantic states, 13 states going all the way far west as Ohio and Illinois, has warned that in a couple of years, there may not be enough electricity to power everything. I could easily come up with a scenario, especially if interest rates remain high, big projects get canceled, that there isn't enough power, even here in the United States. Do you see it that way?
Well, I think that anxiety is really there. I mean, one of the big grid operators, their estimate for demand for going forward is twice what it was last year. And I think it's a recognition that this electrification is really going to put pressure on the system. And then you get into the permitting issues, just that it takes so long to get anything built, and the controversy, whether it's wind, whether it's natural gas or anything. So I think this really is you know, you can feel the alarm there. And the question is, will we respond quickly enough, or will we run into some crunches as other countries have? But I'm looking at, you know, Germany and England, both of which are committed to energy transition, saying we better build some natural gas plants. And I think we're going to see the same thing, even as wind and solar continue to expand in the United States.
It's truly, and listen, obviously nobody foresaw the destruction of the Nord Stream 2. So Germany and much of Europe having to do a big U-turn, in part because of the war and exogenous events. But you've probably seen that I was over there with CNBC, and thanks to the team for sending me over there. And we've talked about this for going on 2 years or so. I've talked to people, Dan, as I'm sure you probably have too, who have talked to people in the German administration, and they are starting to whisper that there may be a need to rebuild and go back to the Nord Stream pipeline and inexpensive Russian gas. Do you see that as even a small possibility?
Well, I think it's going to be really tough to do that as long as Putin is there. And his radio broadcast yesterday, today, he said he trusts no one. It was a very ominous statement. So, and I think people will say, well, we don't trust Putin. So it'd really have to be a post-Putin administration. The other thing, people talk about cheap Russian gas. It was never cheap, but it was always competitive natural gas. But I think that concern about meeting the energy needs is really there. And by the way, if it were not for US LNG, Putin could have succeeded in his goal of breaking the coalition supporting Ukraine by cutting off the gas. And really, the way I see it today, US LNG is now part of the arsenal of NATO. So it shows the geopolitical significance of the energy revolution in the United States.
And so much more to unpack. But Dan, we're going to save some of it for next week. You and I will speak together as well. We're going to be hosting Last Call, my show, live from the conference. The guest lineup is amazing, and I can't wait. We'll see you on Sunday in Houston, Dan. Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you. Thanks.
All right, take care. All right, so coming up, Dan just mentioned electricity demand spiking thanks to AI. We're going to speak with a uranium miner about what their plans are to increase supply as nuclear finally gets more attention. But first, Intel in trouble. The Pentagon reportedly pulling out of a plan to spend billions on a chip grant for the company. We're going to have more on this breaking development as Intel falls more than 3%. And as we head to break, here to look at some of the names hitting new all-time highs today. You got Marathon Petroleum, Ulta Beauty, Dow Inc. We're going to speak to their CEO next week, by the way. NRG Energy, the biggest coal producer in America, JP Morgan Chase, and more. Stick around.
Good afternoon and welcome back to The Exchange. I'm Tyler Matheson with your news update. In one of the biggest strikes on Russia's energy sector in months, Ukraine attacked Russian oil infrastructure for a second straight day with drones, causing a fire at a large refinery. Ukraine has been upping its attack on Russia's energy infrastructure in recent months in an attempt to cripple its key source of income. The strike comes just as EU nations today agreed to $5 billion in additional military aid for Ukraine. Don Lemon is out now at X. The former CNN anchor signed a content partnership with the platform, but said today that after taping his first episode of the Don Lemon Show, an interview with Elon Musk, that Musk canceled the partnership. Lemon says the interview and future shows will now appear on YouTube. Musk has yet to respond. Wonder what went on there. All right, and 20 tons of seized drugs were destroyed in Peru. The country's president said the drugs were seized by the country's national police between September 2023 to the beginning of this year. More than 60% of destroyed drugs, well, consisted of cocaine and mostly meant for the European and North American market. Bags of coke. Brian, back to you.
Well, it sounds like Musk's Twitter and Lemon's partnership went sour. Would you say that?
There was some sourness there with Mr. Lemon, yes.
I saw that. You know, you and I are just way too, even though you're a UVA Cavalier, I still like you, Tyler.
Same to you, Pokey.
Thank you. All right, coming up, TikTok on the clock, facing a potential ban on Capitol Hill. We'll talk about the scary part of TikTok that has nothing to do with the app itself. Trust us, you're going to want to hear this. And as we celebrate Women's Heritage Month, we are sharing the stories of some of our newly named CNBC changemakers. Here is National Women's Soccer League Commissioner Jessica Berman.
At the age of 16, my career ambition, career goal was to be a commissioner of a professional sports league. So I feel really proud that I was able to achieve that. Our league is at this extremely pivotal and transformative moment where the world is recognizing the value of women, and I'm just really humbled and appreciative of the opportunity to be able to shine a light on our league and everything that we've achieved to date and what's to come.
All right, welcome back. TikTok is on the clock. The House passing the bill that would force TikTok parent company ByteDance to either sell it off or face a nationwide ban. Now it's up to the Senate. If it passes there, it goes to the president because I'm just a bill. But some worry that this is bigger than just TikTok. Emily Wilkins in D.C. with a look at how the Senate might vote, and cybersecurity expert Ivan Cerini, who helped shape a key House committee stance on TikTok, joining us as well with all the stuff that TikTok may do that you're probably not aware of. 5,300. Emily Wilkins, let's go to you first, and then we'll go to Ivan on more of the security side. Emily.
Hey, Brian, I mean, you got it. 352 House lawmakers voted for passing that bill that's either going to force TikTok to divest from its Chinese parent company or be banned in the U.S. But look, while the bill flew through the House in record time, the Senate is shaping up to be a tougher lift here. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was non-committal today after the House vote, saying only that the Senate will review the legislation when it comes over. Meanwhile, Senators Mark Warner and Marco Rubio, the top Democrat and Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee, said that they are encouraged by today's strong bipartisan vote in the House and look forward to working together to get the bill passed through the Senate and signed into law. Now, the senators remain open to making changes to the bill to incorporate some measures from Senate proposed legislation. And the House vote also illustrates some of the challenges ahead. 50 Democrats voted against this bill. Most of them are progressive with concerns about free speech and how quickly the bill moved. But it also includes the top Democrat on House Intelligence, Jim Himes. In a statement, Himes said that one of the key differences between the U.S. and those adversaries, quote, is the fact that they shut down newspapers, broadcast stations, and social media platforms. We do not. The issue of TikTok is likely to go on the back burner now, at least for the next week, while funding the government takes center stage again. Remember, we've got that partial government shutdown that's looming just next week. And Brian, certainly a lot to handle here, but the House vote today has given this issue a lot of momentum.
Yeah, I saw there was about 67 no's. A couple of people did not vote as well. I know we can't predict what the Senate may do, but it is interesting that the president just started, by the way, campaigning on TikTok, but he has said that if it gets to his desk, he will sign it. He will sign the ban.
Absolutely, and I think this is something that lawmakers have really tried to make a distinction over. You've heard a number of them say, look, our problem's not with TikTok. We're totally fine if you want to post videos and watch videos. That's not the problem. The problem is that because of ByteDance's relationship with the CCP, data from TikTok collected on Americans can go to the Chinese government. The other concern here is what Americans are seeing, that TikTok's algorithm could potentially be showing Americans certain messages. You also saw some concern last week when TikTok basically said to users, hey, Congress is going to ban TikTok. You need to call your lawmaker now. It was really a show of force and a show of spreading of information that I think cued a lot of lawmakers into how powerful this app could be. And certainly, while TikTok has said, that it has a good amount of separation, there are those concerns about its relationship with ByteDance as a Chinese company about what that could mean for information.
Emily Wilkins in D.C., big story. I think it has the attention of like 170 million social media users. Emily, thank you. All right, let's turn now to co-founder and CEO of Faroot Security, Ivan Cerini, who warned Congress that TikTok is collecting sensitive data on users and non-users alike. Ivan, people push back on this proposed ban and they say, well, I don't care about my own privacy. Everybody's tracking everything. Who cares? I think what they're missing after reading TikTok's, and I urge everybody, go read their terms of service. Effectively, are you kind of giving TikTok and thus ByteDance and thus China the ability and legal right to kind of do whatever it wants with your computer?
Thanks. That's a very big question. And so first part is that obviously the data that TikTok is collecting through its app. And the second part that is really concerning that I talk a lot about in a congressional commission hearing is the data that TikTok is collecting about on users, on Americans who never use the app. And they collect a lot of information through something called pixels that are following all of us on a daily basis on the websites that we visit. And that's where another really big concern comes in, where TikTok is collecting information on people who never used the app and never even agreed to any of those terms and services and privacy policies that TikTok has for the app users.
Yeah, and talk to us in sort of non-super cyber security speak, just to an audience of people who may themselves use it or maybe their kids use it. What that pixel description you just talked about, what access could they theoretically have on computers and phones?
Yeah. So first thing, what is a pixel? Many of us heard what cookies are, and those are the tools that websites use to monitor activities of people, of us, when we log into bank accounts or schedule a doctor's appointment or do anything else on the websites. And pixels, they're just little pieces of software that are watching everything we do. They often see what you type, what your credit card numbers are, what your doctor appointments are, and anything else that you type into the form, into the online forms. And that is a really, really sensitive information that we share with companies that we trust. But TikTok, Pixels, and other pixels too from other companies get that information. And the concern specifically with TikTok or ByteDance by extension, or any other Chinese organizations that by law, if China and CCP, Communist Party, has the right to access any of the data of Americans. And that's a really big concern for both privacy and espionage and all kinds of other activities that they can use that data for.
And if the answer is no, please say no, because again, this is not my world, and I'm just kind of extrapolating what I'm reading, Ivan. Let me ask it more directly. If I have TikTok on my phone, and I have my bank account, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Charles Schwab, whatever it is, and I have an app on my phone for the bank account, and I log in, is it possible that through the terms of service, that theoretically TikTok would be able to have any login information that I'm using on my phone?
That's an important question. What we have found, what we have seen is TikTok being able to access that information not through your phone, but through the websites that you access through your phone or your computer. And that's a very important distinction, is you don't need to have a TikTok app for TikTok to be able to get your information on the websites that you visit.
Terrifying in a way, and be interesting to see what TikTok says back. And maybe none of this is being utilized. I want to make that clear. But obviously, Congress is concerned. You're concerned. You talk to Congress. The battle is on. Ivan Cerini of Faroot Security. Ivan, great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, by the way, Republican megadonor and venture capitalist Keith Rabois, never heard of him, threatened to cut funding to any GOP member who did not vote in favor of the bill to ban. For the full story, go to CNBC.com or tune into Power Lunch next hour to hear from the reporter behind that story. All right, staying with cybersecurity, we've got more developments in the United Health hack. Bertha Coombs with more on that, Bertha.
That's right, Brian. The Health and Human Services Department's Office of Civil Rights has initiated a probe into that United Health hack, which is now into its 21st day, saying that it will focus on whether a breach of protected health information occurred and Change Healthcare's and United Health's compliance with HIPAA rules. Those are the patient privacy rules. We do have a statement from United Health saying that we will cooperate with the Office of Civil Rights Investigation. Our immediate focus is to restore our systems, protect data, and support those whose data may have been impacted. We're working with law enforcement to investigate the extent of the impacted data. One of the threat actors that has claimed responsibilities has said that it has accessed more than 5 terabytes of data here, Brian. The last time we saw a scale of hack on this scale was of Anthem, former now Elevance, which exposed the data of nearly 80 million Americans on their plans. That probe from OCR was settled for $16 million. Again, though, right now, the system continues to be down. United Health expects it to be back by March 18th. Back to you.
Bertha, am I the only one, based on that, what you just said in the previous segment, that maybe I'm just going to go back to pencil and paper, start sending people checks in the mail? It's
been difficult. Providers are saying, the estimate is that doctors and hospitals might be losing between $500 million and $1 billion in revenue per day, and it's now been, 21 days. They are going to get paid eventually in some cases. They're trying to get United Health and other payers to advance them those dollars while they're trying to send that stuff via paper, which just takes so much longer. But, in the meantime, they have to pay their staff and they have to pay their rent.
It's just crazy what's been going on. Bertha Coombs, thank you very much. All right, on deck, the government giveth, and apparently the government taketh away. The Pentagon reportedly pulling out of a plan to spend $2.5 billion on a big grant to Intel. Part of the spending package President Biden just signed into law over the weekend. There is still some hope left. We'll talk about the future of Intel's possible funding next.
Let's get it. I had to take a little nap. My fault, gang. My fault, gang. You guys can see me now that I woke up, or like what it's like when I wake up, what I sound like, things like that. See me all chink-eyed. But I was tired. I really was. I was so tired. Hold up. Come on. But I hope you guys are doing well. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? Nope. Ain't nothing out of nothing. I ain't miss shit. It was a nice rejection. Up there at 170. That was the plan for Coinbase. Possible short up there at 170. Watch and see if Bitcoin was pulling back. And at the time we looked at it, Bitcoin was pulling back. Oh, come on. I was watching. I don't know why I thought about this. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. Okay, so it is kind of trending higher a little bit. Let me get my phone on the charger real quick. Get a thing of water. Let's scan the markets real quick and see what we got going on. Oh shit, so they pulled the Intel? They pulled Intel? Deal? The deal that was supposed to be the deal of a lifetime? Why does this continue to go back to...
Welcome back to the exchange. Apparently,
damn, that's the trade.
Over Intel. Now, Intel shares, they are
gotta
down
be
right now.
fucking
Apparently,
kidding
the
me,
Pentagon's
bro.
scrapping plans to give
I had Intel written down. I looked at it yesterday.
Christina Partsinevelos joining us now with this developing story.
50 days / 45 rejection. Haha, double top right there, of course.
Chip production specifically for military use, but Bloomberg is reporting, like you mentioned, that the $2.5 billion.
I think this news must have came out last night, and I didn't know because I noticed that it broke down from the 50-day last night.
Commerce is expected to be awarding Intel a large sum.
And look, that would have been a play of the day. If I'd have known that, then I would have said, hell, this thing's done.
Up in the air at the moment, and Intel declined
Probably
to comment.
swing trade this, but premiums are going to be high.
Gelsinger, the CEO, and his team, they were under the impression that they would be getting funding prior to the March 7th State of the Union address by President Biden. But we know that that hasn't been the case. And recall, even Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo spoke at Intel's Foundry event, highlighting this very friendly environment between the DOC and the company. But two big questions remain. How much funding will Intel get from the Department of
logged
Commerce
back in
and the
real quick,
Department of
gang.
Defense, given its promise to spend a combined $40 billion?
But let me know in the
on
chat.
in
What's up? How you
Ohio
guys
and
doing?
Arizona.
What you guys
Keep
looking
in
at?
mind that the CHIPS Act only has about $39 billion for manufacturing.
stuff like
There's
that.
over 500 companies that have filed statements
Tell
of
me I'm
interest.
ugly,
So if Intel
something,
were to
tell me
get that
whatever you want to say.
$3.5 billion
Just say it.
number
Just
Bloomberg
get it
is
off your
reporting,
chest right now.
that's pretty much 9% of the pot, aka a lot, and leaves less for other chip companies. The second unanswered question, will the funding have strings attached? In other words, Intel would have to focus specifically on military chips at the expense of more advanced chips, which could mean decent margins, but the yield of production would fall. And that means Intel's goal of becoming the #2 foundry by 2030 could be even more difficult to achieve. Brian?
So we know that Intel, because I heard it from Christina Partsinevelos, I don't know if you talked to her, but I reported back in February that Intel was pulling out of Ohio or delaying a planned big plant in Ohio, correct?
Correct.
And so, which was kind of a, didn't look good in some ways. Now we get this. Are there cracks forming a little bit in some of the planned CHIPS Act spending?
Well, it seems like there's more delays coming from the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce is
Because
saying,
they're
no, that's
shipping
not the
it
case.
more
We've
over
already
to
given out 3
Ukraine.
awards specifically for military use. Global Foundries, one of the recipients. But Intel, to your point, in
Well,
February,
never mind. I
did
just hit the
blame,
button, but I was saying
the
it's
CHIPS Act
going to
funding and not
Ukraine.
receiving the money for a big reason as to why they're delaying the plant production
Fucking
over there.
wasting
There
it
are
on
rumors.
Ukraine.
President Biden is going to be traveling next week on the West Coast. Could
I
be
don't
hitting
mean to say that
Arizona
they're
if he goes
wasting
over
it,
there.
but
Perhaps that puts more pressure on the Department of Commerce to come up with
Instead of
funding, or the DoD to come up with funding for Intel,
meeting
so that
with Putin,
Biden could stand
Zelensky,
on
and
the
Xi
soil over
Jinping
there
and
say that
and
this
all the
is a
world
win
leaders
for
get together
manufacturing in America.
and solving
but
the
it seems
issue.
like every week there's a constant delay, and then for the actual stock of Intel, we've seen it run up. So much of that, award funding has been priced into the stock, which is why it's reacting negatively. And if they don't get that funding, or it's a lot less, we could see a big sell-off.
I do not want to put my friend Christina on the spot, but I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot. There's a lot more to this than money, though, right? Without going into all the different specifics, I would imagine that any money that any company, Intel or otherwise, gets from the government, which is taxpayers, because the government has no money of its own, it's all of us, comes with some strings. There's got to be rules attached to this
I hope
money.
you guys
Don't
are
just be like,
having a
"Here's the money,
better
do
day
whatever you
than,
want,"
than
right?
Intel.
You gotta
not just
hire,
money.
You got to hire a lot. You got to do certain things.
Yeah, there's stipulations, of course. They don't want this to be a handout, and they don't want taxpayers to think that their money is just going into the abyss. There's going to be loans, also provided other incentives, so it's not just all hard cash. But some places will have to provide daycare. There's going to have to be, you can't sell to foreign entities if you're building in America. There's going to be all kinds of stipulations attached to that money, and which means that the DOC has a big job ahead of them, because it's not only this year, but over the course of the several next years, whoever is going to be the president of the United States, they're still going to have to monitor that money, track it to make sure that the chips are being made here in America and not through a third-party entity, let's say, in China.
There you go. Big story. Christina Partsinevelos, I'm sure we'll see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, prices are soaring. Electricity demand set to spike thanks to AI and EVs and just growth. We'll talk to the CEO exercising the nuclear option and restarting uranium operations. Big story. It's up next.
I'm back too, buddy. I laid down. I had to take a nap, bro. I was done. For real. Huh. I was done. I tried sleeping in the chair. I left the job up to the chair. Chair giving out picks. Chair was running the stream. It was a late night. I was doing a lot of information. I was getting up a lot of information last night on a couple different things.
All right, we are seeing
I was up a little late
global
doing it.
demand for power. That includes nuclear energy. Uranium prices soaring more than 75% over the past year.
But you
Some
haven't
uranium
missed anything,
producers are
bro.
now
It's,
reopening mines that were shut down in the wake of the 2011.
we haven't even
Fukushima
really moved,
disaster in
technically.
Japan. Among them is Uranium Energy Corp. Joining us now in an
Come here,
exclusive
bro.
interview is
Come here.
Amir Adnani. He is
We
CEO
opened up at
Uranium Energy Corp. Amir, it's a critical topic.
517,
We've talked a lot. I've talked a lot about
11, and we're at 517,
People
17.
hated it.
We've
up until
moved,
a couple years ago. How
uh,
much re-interest are we seeing?
we've moved 6
in
cents
nuclear
all
right
day.
now in the United States?
We're seeing the strongest
Okay, there you
public
go. It's
support.
moving a
We're
little bit
seeing
more
the
now.
best fundamentals globally and in the U.S.
Yo,
arguably
517,
ever,
and we're at
Brian. And,
11,
demand pull
and
is
25.
coming in more ways than just
14
traditional
cents.
utility demand, right? 1 in every 5 homes is powered
It's
by
funny.
nuclear energy, and that's the existing.
I kind of
fleet.
thought today was
However,
going to be
the
one of those
demand coming
days
from
where
energy related to
do we
data
kind of
centers to
just like
support AI plans and
sit
initiatives
flat
from
and then we try to work ourselves all the way up, up back up to the top of the range. Baby, what's wrong, girlfriend? Come here. Come here. You're okay. You're alright. Come here. Come here, baby. I know, you're okay. Come here. Daddy pick you up. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Oh, what? You don't want to? I'm trying to get her to come up on my lap. Come on. Come here, boo-boo. Alright, I guess you don't want to. Shit. So let's go look around the market real quick. Let me throw up the chart, and then let's go over to the heat map and see what's moving. Because the SPY isn't moving. Oh, now you want to come up? Huh? Come on. Come here, baby. I know what you want. I know what you want. Right here. Come on. I know there's so much going on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yep, Daddy got you. Yep, Daddy got you. I love how she tries to use her legs to kick back, like backwards. She'll try to like back up, and like she'll like lift her butt way up in the air. And she tries her hardest to go backwards. Hold on, baby. I'm gonna give you your spot. Girlfriend, hold on, boo-boo. She scared the shit out of me earlier. I was half asleep. But she likes to lay up on my desk next to me and look out the window and stuff. I have the Barron's newspaper next to me that came out this weekend with the bullhorns on the cover that everybody was talking about, and she scared the shit out of me because I was half asleep and I felt something crawling on my legs or whatever, like. So, but I don't know. She's just funny. She's funny. So, like I said, let's go look and see what we got going on. Let's go look at the heat map, and we'll We'll see where some of these names are that we're looking at. See where crypto is. Stuff like that. Let me eat this last cheese stick. And I got you. I got y'all. And that's a lot of stuff green for the spine not to be hardly moved. I wonder what GDX is. Because before I laid down, I almost went long GDX. I can't remember if I would have got... Yeah, I think I got long there. Or was about to get long. Y'all can't deny. Y'all cannot deny. Yesterday, I literally said yesterday. Today is the day you use to buy the pullback. You'd be taking off money if you did listen to me. I'm trying to tell you all, man. When you see gold or Nvidia or any stock that does this, like just rallies and rallies and rallies, right? And you get this like gap down, you buy the shit out of it. I mean, that's pretty much, I mean, you could say it's a nice little double top, but I'd say that's a break of the 200-day, a pullback and hold of the 200-day moving average. Are you tired now, baby? You tired now, turkey butt? Oh, my bean. Yeah, I looked at the Qs and they looked honestly like the best one to look at today, in my opinion. It looked to me like they had the farthest to go, because if it starts, I mean, look at this. You could turn this right into resistance, and you got to move right back to 536 or so. RSI is pretty low though. It's like, let me just finish eating this real quick. This is so true. And I've been wondering the same thing. They have not talked about weed at all. Where is all that weed talk from Joe and crew? Talking about how I want to give you a few of your rights back, but not all of them.
potential for Model 2. I mean, and one of the things that really is concerning to me is that it's different from other launches.
I don't want to say rights. Rights isn't the right word. Just
That's going to be very tough to do. I mean, the actual, if you go to an internal combustion engine, compact vehicle today, they're not very profitable. If you add on an e-powertrain, you're probably starting off at a losing point. And then if you're then really betting on this unboxed production, which is the new manufacturing methodology.
what is it, Bobo? You see me eating a cheese stick? You want some? Hmm? Oh, it's milk. I forgot. And you're a cat. I'm sorry, baby. What? What is going on with you? Look at her. What are you looking for? You smell the milk? Do you smell the smell that smells smelly? Is that it? What is it? I knew you were gonna lick my hands, my baby. You like cheese sticks? Is that what you want? You want cheese sticks? Okay, I'll have to go get you some. I'm sorry, I don't have none. I just gave you your food. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I would have gave you one. Look, she won't even let me pet her. She won't even let me pet her. Look. What? What is it? Okay. Oh. I don't know if you see her little paw coming down. Here, get it. Get it. Reach up here. Reach up there. Oh, my boo-boo. She said, Dad, I smell milk. The cheese stick, I smell it. I don't know how the hell she smells it, though. It doesn't stink. Or smell. Here. No, that's not a piece. Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably all the packages. I know. You really want it. Holy cow. I guess I know what I gotta get. I guess I gotta know what I gotta get. I've never seen you act this way. You crazy butt. You never fight me on anything. You never fight me on anything, Mama. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I would have gave you some. Oh, that's so crazy. Oh, shit. Alright, so Tesla's down. McDonald's? How the hell is McDonald's down? Snips, AMD, Oracle, Adobe, Dollar General, Baidu, Netflix, MPC. What's the big winner of the day? What's the big winner of the day? Before we come into the afternoon. Dude, 3M has been crushing it. Have you guys been paying attention to 3M? Oh, it's still loading. That's why. So 3M has been going crazy. Look at this. The past couple days. Damn, fucking 3 likes. This is crazy. I need to figure out how to get other people on the stream. How to make a full stream by doing cool shit. The tech slips keeps gains in check. Bitcoin price could surge to 280,000 in 3 years on ETF inflows. I think it could go to 100,000.
You mentioned warning lights on that 737 MAX. What were the warning lights? Did they pertain to the door plug? Pressurization. A couple of times pressurization lights going on.
Mitsubishi Honorable, she ran it like carnival. I don't need the impossible. Go, 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 go. Mitsubishi Honorable, she ran it like carnival. I don't need.
Can.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the price. That's amazing. And great customer service based here in America. That's amazing. And no hidden fees, no contracts, and free activation. That's amazing.
I'm trying to think what it's picking up. Yo, Missy, girlfriend.
It's all the things that keep this world turning. It's the go-tos that keep us going. The places we cheer, trust, hang out.
Fuck. I'm gonna have to fool with this. Oh shit. It's all good though, because there we go. We back. The music. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Just can't listen to music still, unless I don't want to stream. Unless I cut the stream off. So Tesla down, DLTR, just like PLTR. It's kind of funny. Energy stocks shine as oil slumps. If I'm dead in the street, watch an oil slump. If I'm dead in the street, nigga slump. I don't know why this site's taking so long. I really don't.
The NVIDIA Halo has been crowning winners in the public market, including chip manufacturer ARM. But that's been reaching the private markets too, spurring new unicorns.
I like the new... If you guys ever want to get me something... Oh, here it is. It's right here. It's a Datejust on a Jubilee bracelet. I gotta be honest, though. I gotta be honest. Gotta be honest. This one right here is the one I like. I don't mind. I like that. That is pretty much the Wimbledon. All right. They don't make them anymore. See, that's a 36 millimeter. It's small. But that color. So if anybody wants to, if y'all want to, if you want me to, you know, we put a big winner together. We could just, you know, just throw it in the cart. I don't think I could pay 15 for a Wimbledon, even though it does have the fluted bezel there. Jubilee bracelets, what's making it cost a little more. I just, you know, when these things came out, you could get them for like 7, 8, 9, right around 8 to 9, maybe 10 grand when they were new. Look at the dial, like not only the dial, but the hands on the watch in the second, like how the Datejust has like that squared kind of. I don't have my watch on right now, but it's really nice. You know, since the market isn't doing anything right now. I can go back to Tesla and look, but I don't think she's doing anything. Yo, how is that one dying too, bro? That's bullshit. Hey, no way in hell this one dying too. It's been in the case all day. That bracelet's hard though. When you see it in real life, and if you see it worn correctly. Oh, they do have a. Oh, it is two-tone. So it's white gold. black is nice too.
Says here it gets plenty of light. And this must be the ocean view of Aruba. Huh. This listing is misleading. Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on iPhone 15 Pro, made with titanium, we mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. Says here inviting cool. Come on over. Too inviting.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer-related deaths. Now Bioaffinity, a NASDAQ company, is commercializing CyPath Lung, a groundbreaking, non-invasive early detection lung cancer test, addressing a market projected to reach $4.7 billion by 2030.
What time is this? 2:30. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
Rate of lung cancer patients. Bioaffinity. Stock symbol BIAF on the
So here's a 41 millimeter on an Oyster Flex. Not an Oyster Flex, but an Oyster bracelet.
Chomps. Take bigger bites. Learn more at chomps.com.
Be prepared for any market with my guidance in the club. Your club is a master's class, and I thank you for this. You're an educator, a mentor, and very entertaining.
Join the club now. Go to cnbc.com/joinkramer.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Bond yields rising today as the markets deal with inflation, which is moderating, but not back to the Fed's 2% target. Rick Santelli joins us now from Chicago. Hi, Rick.
Alright, so Tim, let's go to Tesla, TSLA. Sorry, I went to the internet to be able to look for, kind of just to look to see what's going on. And what's moving around. See how well that worked out.
22 billion in 30 years was the best of breed. If you look at the chart, you can clearly see it. One Eastern, when the results of the auction hit the wires, interest rates fell. But they didn't last long. And if you look at 2s, 10s, and 30s on one chart, we're staircasing, which means all maturities, 2s through 30s, are trading or have traded at a higher yield than yesterday or a lower price than yesterday. And that, of course, is building on a reversal. Because if you look at a chart starting in early February, what you'll see on 2s and 10s is that basically each of those maturities last Friday was hovering either at or slightly above a 1-month low yield close. And boy, if we reverse, consider this. The high yield close for 2024 for 2s is 472, for 10s, 432. You can see we're starting to get closer. 2s are getting closer faster. That's the result of yesterday's CPI. Tomorrow, we have not only retail sales, not only initial continuing claims, but we have the cousin to CPI, wholesale farm and producer price index. Let's see if tomorrow also gives the markets a little bit of a jolt, because everybody's pretty pacified with regard to inflation, except for the inflation numbers. Tyler, back to you.
Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation that would make 32-hour work week the standard in America.
Yeah, copper. It's been a while since we hit copper. We haven't hit copper in a while. Because it's been in the range and not doing all that much. But today is at an 11-month high, the best day since November of 2022. And that comes after Chinese smelters.
Today is so boring. Another day where the markets just put us to sleep. Microsoft. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Let's see here.
Fundamental landscape. And so that's pushing up the copper miners today. The CPOX, which tracks the space, there it is.
reportedly are cutting their output, so that can tighten the market since they are then turning less. China is a very big deal in terms of the smelters, and that is the price that we are seeing on our screen. So if they cut their output, collectively cut it, then we could see prices go back up. Now, we have this chart from BTIG, which today Jonathan Krinsky at that firm said it's a significant breakout on copper. You can see that range we were talking about and now getting right up to that resistance level. Now, on the fundamental side, Daniel Gali from TD Securities said that things have actually looked pretty good for some time, but that the commodity price just hasn't been reflecting that. But if we look longer term on the futures curve, it does point to this tightening fundamental landscape. And so that's pushing up the copper miners today. The CPOX, which tracks the space, there it is, up about 6.3%. In terms of individual movers, we've got Freeport, Southern Copper, and Glencore all on the move there. Southern Copper up 11%. On the flip side, though, Natalie Gray from StoneX told me that she thinks today's move is just a knee-jerk reaction and that it's, great if Chinese smelters say they're going to cut their production, but we have to see actual confirmation and follow-through in order for prices to
So the smelters aren't smelting, but so what about demand?
So demand has been pretty solid, is what people who track the fundamentals say. But of course, it is tied to the economy. That's why it's called Dr. Copper. And so in places like China, we haven't seen demand as robust there. However, we have to look at where the Chinese government is sending their stimulus, because one thing they're focused on, according to TD, is this property completions. And so it's targeted, and that does boost demand for copper. We also heard from Freeport CEO Richard Adkerson, who earlier this year told CNBC that the demand from green energy actually surpassed the weakness that they saw in the property market, because of course copper is key to the electrification story. It's used in wires, all those transmission lines, EVs, all of those depend on copper.
All right, Pippa, thank you very much. Pippa Stevens. Let's get to Julia Boorstin now for CNBC News Update. Julia.
Tyler, the Hamas-run health ministry says 5 people died in a strike on a food distribution center in Gaza today. One of the victims was reportedly a United Nations Relief Works agency staffer. An agency official said dozens of people were working in the warehouse when it was hit. The Israeli military has not commented on the reports. The Federal Trade Commission is sending refunds to nearly 28,000 people who fell victim to student loan schemes. According to the agency, the scammers went by several names, including Mission Hills Federal and Federal Direct Group. The FTC says they lured people with fake loan forgiveness claims and pocketed their money. The refunds will total more than $4 million.
I don't know why I'm so tired
And Neil
today.
Young announced today his musical return to Spotify. He pulled his catalog 2 years ago in protest of the streaming giant's exclusive deal with Joe Rogan. The famed musician said Rogan's podcast spread disinformation about COVID-19 and the COVID-19 vaccines. The singer says he can't afford to boycott every service if he wants his music to be heard. Back over to you.
All right, Julia, thank you very much for that. The Dow is higher today. Let's take a look right now. You can see that it's up about 1/3%. The S&P 500 just hanging on to the green, but barely. The NASDAQ, though, it's off by 1/3%. Mixed markets today. We'll have more on them when we return.
Luxeria Bioscience, transforming the future of GLP-1 drug delivery.
I love to compete. Give me a challenge and watch me prove people wrong.
When the bell rings, overtime begins. We cover it all.
The biggest earnings, biggest announcements,
The data and the perspective.
you get the first analysis that's going to move the market the next day.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Fans, you always turn up, and you make the game what it is. So we think you deserve a better betting experience. Every time you bet at Fanatics Sportsbook, win or lose, you get up to 5% of your wager back in fan cash. Spend it on jerseys, bonus bets, and more. And for a limited time, bet and get up to $1,000 in bonus
Health Department opens probe into United Health. What turkey butt?
Get a Bronco Sport with 1.9% financing. Plus, Jeep owners can get $1,000 when you join the Bronco family.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. Stocks remain mixed today. The Dow on track to be higher for the 5th time in the past 6 sessions, but not by much right now. Not up as much as the Dow today. The S&P basically flat right now. NASDAQ and S&P higher by 8% so far this year. Given the rally we've seen, should investors stick with the U.S. and look for opportunity elsewhere? Let's bring in CNBC contributor Courtney Garcia, Senior Wealth Advisor with Payne Capital. Courtney, good to see you again. How are you doing?
Great, thanks for having me as always.
Awesome. Let's talk about your predilection or your leaning toward international or emerging market equities. What do you see there that persuades you that they may be a place to put money now?
Yeah, we remain with the idea that it has an important part of your portfolio. I wouldn't say I'm leaning more
I'll try.
than the U.S. We actually still have more.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. Stocks remain mixed today. The Dow on track to be higher for the 5th time in the past 6 sessions, but not by much right now. Not up as much as the Dow today. The S&P basically flat right now. NASDAQ and S&P higher by 8% so far this year. Given the rally we've seen, should investors stick with the U.S. or look for opportunity elsewhere? Let's bring in CNBC contributor Courtney Garcia, Senior Wealth Advisor with Payne Capital. Courtney, good to see you again. How are you doing?
Great, thanks for having me as always.
Awesome. Let's talk about your predilection or your leaning toward international or emerging market equities. What do you see there that persuades you that they may be a place to put money now?
Yeah, we remain with the idea that it has an important part of your portfolio. I wouldn't say I'm leaning more towards that than US. We actually still have more US exposure than we do EM, but I absolutely want it as part of your portfolio. And you're really starting to see the sentiment shift there. If you look at China, for example, that's really what people think of when they think of emerging markets. And the tech index in China is off 20% from its lows, meaning it is officially in bull market territory. And Morgan Stanley did just come out to show that investment managers are less bearish, so I guess less pessimistic on it, if you want to take that for what it's worth. But they really have been underinvested in China, as have individual investors. At a certain point in time, I do think you're going to see more money go in there, which may already be happening. It's something you want to make sure you're positioned there before that leg goes higher. Now, we want to own emerging markets as a whole. So like Vanguard Emerging Market Index, VWO is a good way to look at that. EEM is the iShares version of that. China is about a 4th of that. So you also have India as the other big name or big country exposure that's going to be in there. So we want to broadly own it, but absolutely you want to make sure you have that as part of your portfolio.
You kind of pre-answered one of my questions, which was, is it better to play a fund here or to go and try and pick individual stocks? I guess your answer is go with a fund. There is no typical investor, I realize that, but what would be a sensible percentage in one's portfolio for, let's say, a typical investor for emerging markets? Is it 10%? Is it 25%? What would you say?
It completely depends on the investor and the time horizon. I would say for most of our clients who are long-term investors, we don't have any more than about 10% of our equity exposure there. So it's enough. We can take advantage of that upswing, but not so much that as it is volatile or if this political risk in China does continue, you don't want it to drag you down either. So it is going to be a longer-term play, absolutely.
Are there ways to play emerging markets without including China?
There are. And actually, iShares came out with a fund specifically for this. They have an emerging markets ex-China fund, which I've had a lot of clients ask us about because the idea of emerging markets, a lot of people are on board with, but the political risk in China is what's keeping people out of that, which I do think kind of contrarian is actually probably a good sign that people are so nervous with it. But there's absolutely ways that you can get into it without China and still play the broader EM markets.
And are there particular regions of the world that, you mentioned China, but India, Brazil, are there other regions that you think are really poised for investors to see outsized returns on their investments?
Yeah, I think India is easily the other big one. They actually just surpassed China in population, and you're actually seeing companies are really starting to turn their focus there. Whether it's they're looking at moving manufacturing processes there, but also just realizing how big of a population boost that's going to be. I think is probably going to be the next thing that we're talking about over the next 5-10 years. It's
probably India more so than China. So absolutely, if you're using those funds, that gets you the next second largest exposure, almost as much as China, just a few percentage points less.
Let's bring it back to the U.S. The industry with the fastest earning growth in the S&P 500 next year will be healthcare REITs. Tell us about that.
Yeah, which is interesting because I think a lot of people have been very negative on real estate because with interest rates being high and especially any potential issues with those upcoming redoing of the debt that's going to potentially be higher could lead to some issues there. But a lot of that has really been priced in. And if interest rates do in fact come down, I think you're going to see a lot of relief there. And healthcare, which we've talked a lot about, does come with real estate exposures. That's why healthcare REITs are actually, interestingly enough, one of the highest sectors of earnings growth when you look at 2025. I think absolutely something that you want to make sure that you're forward looking there.
Courtney, thank you for the advice. Appreciate the perspective.
Thanks for having me, as always.
Still ahead, TikTok tug of war. The House just passed a bill that could ban Gen Z's favorite social media site. But Donald Trump says that's no longer the right call. Could the former president's 180 cost his campaign big time? We'll discuss when Power Lunch returns.
To learn more.
Welcome back, everybody. The House passing a bill which has the potential to lead to a total ban of TikTok here in the United States. The action seems to carry a decent amount of bipartisan support, and we're seeing division spark among Republican donors, two in particular. On one side, supporting the ban, you have tech VC Keith Rabois. He's given more than $3 million to preferred GOP candidates in the 2024 cycle. Most recently, a $500,000 donation to the Congressional Leadership Fund. Before the vote earlier today, he threatened to pull funding to any Republican who voted against the bill. And then on the other side, you have billionaire and Susquehanna co-founder Jeff Yass. He's opposing the ban. His firm owns a 15% stake in TikTok parent ByteDance. Yass has donated about $47 million during the 2022 midterms. Let's bring in CNBC.com political finance reporter Brian Schwartz to discuss this. So whether you have presidential campaigns getting donations may seem to be like, where do you come down here on the side of TikTok or against it, huh, Brian?
Well, that's right. I mean, it really has become, in a way, this battle of the billionaires. You know, Jeff Yass, as you mentioned, is, you know, a ByteDance investor historically, and he's been giving millions of dollars to a group called the Club for Growth, which is subsequently has been pushing back on this idea on a TikTok ban, which was, you know, in a way featured in this recently passed House bill. And then on the other hand, you have somebody like Keith, who is telling us that he is not going to be giving to Republicans who voted no on this bill that passed today. So this is the type of dynamic that we're seeing here in the business community. And there's also something else we didn't mention. Elon Musk, he's been pushing back on this bill on X, the platform that he owns. So business leaders are coming out in force with their money or their stances on social media and either supporting this idea or pushing back in a little bit.
Well, it could be that Elon Musk sees jeopardy to his venture to X if Congress decides to start acting against TikTok. Like if TikTok goes, then who else? How do you think that the people who are running again for office or running in the first place, how do they manage both to need the donations coming in, but also they need the votes, and everybody wants more younger voters to go to the polls and to be casting their ballots?
I think that's what's going to be talked about when we get to when this bill actually gets brought up to be discussed in the Senate. I think that's really going to be a focus from Senator Chuck Schumer, who, of course, is the majority leader in the Senate, and even maybe Mitch McConnell, or the minority leader. This is going to be what's really going to be a focal point for some Democrats in particular who are on the fence about this. There are Republicans who use TikTok. But, you know, to be fair, I mean, even President Joe Biden's campaign uses TikTok, and that is a connection with young voters. That app is really easily used to connect with young voters. So it's a great question. I think that's what's going to be debated by Senate lawmakers as this gets debated in the Senate.
So Yass wants to protect TikTok. Do we know whether Yass has been a donor to Mr. Trump or Mr. Trump's PAC, or whether he's been in touch with Mr. Trump to push his position in protection of TikTok?
I don't think he's necessarily given to Donald Trump's PAC yet. I mean, there's no indication yet that he is going to give. But the two did have a conversation, I believe it was earlier this month, at a separate donor retreat for the Club for Growth, the group who is opposing this TikTok bill. And, you know, the people that are close to Jeff Yass tell me that conversation didn't really focus on TikTok at all, focused on education-related matters. And I think Donald Trump actually told us that in his interview on CNBC. So there's a real question now as to whether this connection, this parent connection between Trump and Yass is going to lead to any money. And it's still very unclear if that's actually going to happen, if money is going to go from Yass to Trump as we go through this debate about whether TikTok should exist in its current form.
Brian, how's the fundraising going so far for Trump? I mean, there's a lot of legal problems, a lot of legal hot water. There are advances there, but has it slowed down what we saw in his similar campaign from past campaigns of President Trump?
Well, that's a good question. I think that, you know, we're going to have to wait and see. But from what I'm hearing, there is this effort by the Trump campaign, and I believe Donald Trump himself, to reel in some of these big money donors, these wealthier people that were either on the sideline of this past primary that just ended with Nikki Haley dropping out, or who were, in fact, supporting Haley. And, you know, there's this kind of tug of war going on between the Trump world and the Biden world to bring in donors who were supporting Nikki Haley into either of those two camps. So the money, I think, is going to start flowing from both sides very, very soon. But Trump also has this other scenario that you pointed to, which is the legal bill situation. Part of each donation that goes to a joint fundraising committee helps the campaign, the Trump campaign, but it also goes to a PAC that is spending on Donald Trump's legal bill. So the question I have is, you know, how much money really is actually going to be used by the campaign versus the paying for Trump's legal bills as he goes up against Biden in the general election?
And do you have any indication whether those big money donors that had been backing Nikki Haley have decided that they're going to back either Trump or Biden?
I think there is a movement by some, I'll put it this way, to go toward Joe Biden. I'm very confident in that. I think there's also some people who are wavering on what to do here who were supporting Nikki Haley. There's some who are thinking, let's go help Donald Trump, maybe, but I haven't had really many commitments from that side to go help Trump, not like with fundraising or anything that notable. And then there's some saying, well, I'm not going to help either of these two candidates. I'm just going to go focus on helping Republicans in Congress.
And then going back to TikTok here for a minute, and all those people, especially young people who are on TikTok, is there any indication that fundraising efforts using TikTok and putting content out there for rabid users of TikTok is successful? Like, is it a successful way to fundraise?
I'm not entirely sure if it's a successful way to fundraise. I think that there is something to this idea of using the platform to connect with younger voters. I think that I don't have any data to back up that TikTok is some sort of boom for fundraising. But yes, of course, if you put out an ad on TikTok and, you have someone who's younger, say, 18 and above, who can give, I think there's going to be some intrigue to give to a campaign who is actively involved in TikTok, trying to raise to that platform. There's no doubt about that.
We saw with Donald Trump and with Barack Obama in those campaigns how much small donors matter when collectively they're engaged in a campaign.
Yeah, that's right. And the small dollar donors for Donald Trump at the end of last year, and this is a critical time period. We don't know yet what's happened in this year so far because we haven't had the data back up. But at the end of last year, Donald Trump was struggling with small dollar donors compared to 2019, the year before the 2020 election. It was down significantly. We've done reporting on that. So Trump is going to have to do two things at once here. One, he's going to have to corral some of these wealthier donors back into the camp. I believe he's trying, and in some cases maybe being successful, in some cases not. And two, he's going to have to find a way to rebuild that small dollar donor base, something that he just hasn't had, in part because some of the money, like we said, is going to paying for his legal bills.
Quick answer here. What happens next with this TikTok bill? It goes to the Senate. What will happen there? And if it passes there, what will the White House do?
The White House, I believe, is going to sign this bill if it passes the Senate. I give this a 50-50 shot of passing the Senate at this time.
All right, Brian, thanks very much. Brian Schwartz. And still ahead, Piper Sandler just screened 1,000 stocks to find the best buys of the month. The firm's head of product management will share his picks in today's three-stop lunch. And as we celebrate Women's Heritage Month, we share the stories of some of our newly named CNBC Changemakers, an annual list of 50 women who are innovating and transforming business. Here's lead CEO and co-founder Jacqueline Reeses.
As someone who is a change maker, it means someone who's pushing the boundaries of innovation, changing the way things work and having a new vision for how business should be done around the world. I feel like I operate with grace, humility, with execution, with grit. And I'm not sure that's something that can be defined by gender. I think as a female leader, more than anything, is that I want people to look at me and say leadership can look different than maybe they expected.
12. Disgust.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. It's time for a special edition of 3 Stock Lunch. Piper Sandler is out with their triple select stocks report for the month of March. Today, we're covering a few names they would consider to be the best of the best. And joining us to highlight those stocks is Jason Glazer, the head of product management at Piper Sandler. It's great to have you on. First up, we have Crocs. Shares are up more than 37% since the start of the year, but Piper considers it a high conviction buy. Why are you so comfortable in those shoes?
So we're very comfortable because Crocs is really about newness and innovation. And what we're seeing in the consumer is brands that have fresh new product or innovating are winning. They're able to sell full price, so less discounting. It's better for gross margins. Particularly the Crocs brand is what's leading the charge. They've got new product coming. They've been outperforming on the sales side.
What is the new product?
Oh, they're adding height, they're adding color, more sandals, but they're still keeping that molded form that we're all familiar with. And importantly, they're growing in Asia, which is part of their growth story, India, Southeast Asia, and China. And importantly, though the stock is up a lot this year, it had a tough time. The Hey Dude acquisition, they had struggled with sales there. It finally seems like inventory has been clearing from the channel. We are seeing, again, more newness, more product innovation. They're expanding their sneaker line, their boot line, all under $100. And
I guess
importantly,
you can never have too many Crocs, right?
no, you can never have too many Crocs or Hey Dudes, especially in a world where it's athleisure and still pretty casual. And Hey Dude, again, is doing a better job as well with adding height, segmenting the market a little bit better. So for us, it's a stock that's set up to beat and raise. The doubters around Hey Dude, I think, will be surprised come the second half of the year with the new product ramping up. I think it sets up to be a winner.
All right, Hey Dude, what do you think of Microsoft?
So it's funny. I like that. So Microsoft, it's been the poster child for AI. And I think the thing we'd say is don't sleep on the cloud. It's pretty staggering how big this cloud business is. We think Azure can get to about $95 billion in 2 years. Microsoft 365, which includes Copilot, could get to about $50 billion. And in about 3 years, the entire cloud business can be $200 billion in revenues, which is incredibly high margin. The other part, which I think people do sleep on, is the non-cloud business. It's Windows, it's now Activision, and that has very easy comps this year. So what's almost half their business can really accelerate. So yes, AI has been the story. It's booming, but it's still only 2% of revenues for Microsoft, granted growing at a massive rate. But Microsoft to us literally fits the bill. It is owning a stock with growth, high returns, cash flow, high yield. It's just a terrific setup.
Like you think it's a diversified portfolio in one stock, it sounds like. What about Valero Energy? Look, this is the only stock, the only energy name on the list. So why is it pedal to the metal here?
So Valero is the poster child for refining stocks. It is large cap. They have the best assets. They have the best operators. They are specifically set up to benefit from the strength we're seeing in Gulf Coast margins, which is really Maya crude. That gives them an advantage in product cost, which from input, and then, of course, selling it at a higher price. And importantly, we see the tightness in the market, which I think investors have been looking to sell against, continues to stay tight. The supply that's coming on this that barely keeps up. The EV has not killed gasoline demand. And the reality is about 1 million of those 1.4 million barrels of supply coming on are high risk in Mexico and as well in Nigeria. So if anything, the market's going to stay tighter than people think. This is a cash flow machine that is benefiting from the strength in gasoline. You see the stock is taking off today. Gasoline drawdown was really strong today. Distillates had a little build counter, but Reality is distillate margins are leading the whole refinery complex, and they are best positioned to benefit from that.
Well, they said we were going to have Jay Glazer on. I was getting all my NFL questions ready for you, for the Jay Glazer of Fox Sports. But
I'll have similar questions. I'm a different Jay Glazer.
Different Jay Glazer. Jason Glazer.
But as a New York Giants fan, it's tough.
Saquon.
That hurts.
Sad to see Saquon.
Thank
go.
you,
He's a good
Jason.
guy.
Appreciate
Jason
having you.
Glazer, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Still ahead, the New York Times taking legal action against Wordle, Legal, against their copycats at least. We're going to share details when Powerlens returns.
Never played Wordle. Two minutes and 15 seconds left in the program, and we've got several more stories we want to tell you about, and let's get right to it. Let's start with shares of Dollar Tree down 14%. We referenced it earlier in the year, earlier in the program, after the struggling discount retailer said it is going to shut nearly 1,000 of its Family Dollar stores. CEO Rick Dreiling said our biggest problem right now is getting enough merchandise into the stores fast enough so the consumer can respond. So there you go. Dollar Tree down a big 14, almost 15% today.
Yeah, big drop. Okay, so we have new information now in the investigation into betting irregularities in the Temple versus University of Alabama Birmingham game last week. Multiple sportsbook reported unusual activity at about the same time in the run-up to the game. So, for instance, a player trying to make an unusually large bet at a retail location of one of the nation's leading sportsbooks. A Vegas sportsbook odds changed, and the line changes at an offshore sportsbook. MGM Sportsbook in Atlantic City at Borgata actually took the game off the board for a bit, according to its director. The signs seem to indicate coordinated activity, although the investigation, we're told, is still ongoing. I've also been told that the FBI has been brought in. We are reaching out to the FBI for confirmation on that. But one highly placed industry insider told me something here stinks.
So you've got a spread that balloons shortly before the game in multiple locations at roughly the same time.
And there's
this would be because someone's putting a big bet on UAB?
That can happen, a big better. If you have a mattress Mac come in and make a big bet, it will move the line, but it's easily explainable. In this case, there's no immediately apparent explanation for why the line moves. But what I was told was when you have sharps, when you have these almost professional gamblers who are not following the movement of the line, and they're not betting when the line changes, something's on.
All right, Contessa, thank you. And thank you for watching Power Lunch.
Closing bell starts right now.
Actually, pretty funny what she just said.
All right, welcome to
which is
Closing Bell. I'm
actually
Scott
kinda
Wapner,
just-
live from Post 9 here at the New York
honestly
Stock
just a bunch of BS at the end of the day. You don't have to trade, half the time that there's line movement now because of a lot of the states that are legal, it's just bullshit, right? It's just to get people thinking, and it's more of an emotional reaction. Take notice to how many times the number comes out Sunday night into Monday morning. It comes out late Sunday night, Monday night, and then it changes throughout the week, and then see if the number that wasn't there the first time wasn't the right number. It's just funny. There are certain times when you see line movement that you can tell whether it's for a few different reasons if it's real line movement or not. Like they've been doing it so much. They did it so much last year with all these new states. It's like so I don't know. We'll get into that next year when it comes back around.
that you want to avoid right now, and you're looking elsewhere.
Well, I think the way I would phrase that, Judge, is former momentum. So the tricky thing about momentum is you have to measure it on a specific time frame, and you have to do that consistently if you're trying to define it. It's a little bit easier for me because I don't have to do that. I'm not running a rules-based momentum ETF, for example. So we've got a lot of big technology names that were momentum. Now I would consider them to be former momentum. And you can see that there are technical breakdowns happening in that space. And one of the things I've been coming on the show each week to say is, give me anything but big cap tech, anything but Magnificent Seven. I want to hear about it.
Even as you're a holder of NVIDIA and I think Alphabet and some other these names, too. You like a lot of these.
That's right.
Apple.
Nothing wrong with these companies, but when we're talking about the current setup, those are the stocks to me that look the worst. I've seen nothing but unbelievable charts all over the market. I just don't see them in mega cap tech. NVIDIA's been incredible. Put that one aside. It's almost in its own solar system.
Is this a breather for these stocks, or is it a real trend change? Because you look at that kind of stuff, too.
Tesla's a trend change. Tesla is now lost $500 billion in market cap. That's not a breather, okay? Apple, I think, is innocent until proven guilty. Microsoft, too. Meta really hasn't let up yet to the upside. So, yeah, I think it's more reasonable to say these stocks have done a lot of the heavy lifting for the indices. The money is coming out of there and looking to go elsewhere. Perfectly natural, perfectly normal, par for the course for a standard bull market. And, Judge, I want to tell you, we have a few milestones that we're celebrating right now that not a lot of people are even aware of. First of all, the S&P 500 has now gone 265 straight sessions without a drop of 2% or more. That is the longest streak, second longest streak since 2018. We had one of these streaks last year, too. You've got a VIX that's sub 20 for 96 consecutive days. This is the second longest streak since 2018 as well. This is a market that really has not rewarded people for jumping out the window every time, for example, an inflation print came in hot, or every time a large important company missed on earnings. You have gotten absolutely no quarter if that's the way you've been trading. The people who are being rewarded the most right now are the people who have managed to ignore macro and focus on trend. And trend is higher, and there's been almost no volatility in sight. Last thing I want to tell you, this 2-year, 10-year yield curve spread, It's now 424 consecutive trading days inverted. That is officially the longest inversion ever for the 2s, 10s, even surpassing 1978 to 1980. We're in uncharted territory on that metric as well. No recession in sight, no slowdown in sight, and it's well over a year and a half with that inversion in place. So it's a really interesting environment. The people who are thriving right now are not buying the broken momentum. They're not looking at what's the next tech stock I can add. They're looking at areas like home building. They're looking at quick service restaurants. They're looking at really a lot of consumer areas like travel, and they're finding charts that are working.
You're looking at charts like eBay, NASDAQ, CBRE, and buying more Pfizer, and those are moves that we've documented earlier on Halftime, this week. That's where you're putting your money to work.
Yeah, and
that's part of the overall statement that you're making about what you like and what you don't like right now.
Yeah, so look, these are non-technology companies. I guess you could say they're companies that utilize technology. I don't think anybody thinks eBay is a cutting-edge technology name. It's certainly not a momentum stock. But look at the chart. It's been running like a scalded monkey, and there's a reason for that. It's 10 times earnings. The value is there. There's almost no expectation for growth being priced in. There's a leadership change in this company, and there's a market that's hungry for, okay, we know NVIDIA's great. What's the next stock? There are so many charts that look like eBay and CBRE and NASDAQ, and I mentioned Marriott yesterday. There are so many charts in so many industry groups that look like that. It's okay if Apple's in a 10 or 12% drawdown. The market is acting exactly as it should if it's a true bull, which it is.
What does it tell you about the types of things that will... So you obviously think that we're going to have another leg higher to this bull market, and it seems to me you're defining the kinds of stocks you think will take us there. I asked at the very opening read here, what are the stocks that are going to lead the next leg of the bull market, if in fact you believe that was going to happen?
So I think the story in the second half of this year becomes capital markets return. So let's pull up a chart of NDAQ. 71% of IPO listings go to NASDAQ. And not only is that true in the United States, NASDAQ is operating 10 exchanges around the world. And not only that, a huge thriving software business, fintech business, cybersecurity businesses. This is the company that I think is going to win as we start to see IPOs print behind us at, what is that, post 10 or whatever. This is the stock that's going to play there. Yes, the investment banking stocks will play there too, but you could look at NASDAQ almost as a pure play for market activity. That's what I think the second half of the year is going to be about. And you'll notice that's really not a story that's reliant on the next two words to be uttered out of the Fed or anything like that. So there are a lot of specific stories out there, and the way to find them is to look at the technicals first. Look at stocks that are breaking out right now and try to understand why they're breaking out and whether or not you think what's happening is likely to continue. It's a much better way to play than to sit here and say, well, what's my macro thesis? And then try to find good-looking stocks that match your intuition. This way is better. This way actually works. I'm doing this with stop losses. So in a reversal, I don't have to get married to any of these stories individually.
Yeah, let's bring in Dan Greenhouse now of Solus Alternative Asset Management. Also, Ayako Yoshioka joining us too of the Wealth Enhancement Group. It's nice to see both of you. Dan Greenhouse, you've been sitting here listening to Josh Brown's.
Sorry about that.
Do you agree with the sort of direction he thinks that this market's going to take and what is going to drive it in that direction?
The bias is certainly to the upside now, and I would re-emphasize a point Josh made about the number of charts that look great across the spectrum right now. Look at all the private equity names, Apollo, KKR, Carlyle, et cetera. They look terrific. There's a third of the S&P 500 right now is within 5% of a 52-week high. It's Home Depot and Lowe's. It's Netflix. It's Disney. It's across industry, it's across sector, and this is certainly an anything but tech rally, and I don't know why that doesn't continue for the immediate future.
Is there any level of complacency about anything? You know, Josh mentions the 210 spreads inverted for the longest in history. You still have an overwhelmingly large number of people saying and dead set on soft landing or no landing. That inversion would obviously scream otherwise to many.
Listen,
have we moved beyond that?
I'm a card-carrying member of the yield curve is always right camp, so I wouldn't dismiss it. But to Josh's point about no...
You kind of just did, though.
You know what? I did just dismiss
You're
it.
bullish, right?
Yes, that's correct.
On the equity market.
Sure.
And you think that this stock market can continue to go